Hello， 经济部工业局。工业局。 我们第六届台德智慧机械论坛 Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 6th Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum. So glad that we could be together online and on-site together again. This year, our topic is connecting open platform with the smart manufacturing ecosystem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Taiwan host from Taiwan ROC Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industrial Development Bureau. We have online joining us, Director General, Mr. 吕振华局长为我们致开幕词。局长好，局长 ，Can you hear me？ 局长好 ，Director General, Mr. 吕 ，Can you hear me? Taiwan host from Taiwan ROC Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industrial Development Bureau. We have online joining us, Director General, Mr. 吕振。局长好，局长为我们致开幕词。局长好，
大家好。Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy, BMWI Director General Dr. Osman, General Trade Office Executive Director X. Limber, Tommy, Taiwan Association of Machinery Industry Chairman Wei, and Tommy Honorary Chairman Huang, esteemed speakers, international guests, in the industry leaders, and friends online, welcome all of you. It is a pleasure for me to join the 6th German Taiwan Smart Machinery Forum and welcome everyone to be part of this great event. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industrial Development Bureau, IDB, I would like to thank Germany and the Taiwan industrial leaders for sharing their insights and pioneering solutions for smart machine manufacture. Taiwan industry and the Germany enterprise have built up a long-standing relationship and have created many industry business and market values together since 2016, from the 1st to the 5th Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum. This platform has continuously promoted dialogue with great industry feedback and have contributed to continuous partnerships and achievements. I look forward through this year's forum in fostering deeper cooperation between both sides. Since 2016, the Taiwanese government has continuously and actively implemented the Smart Machinery Industry Promotion Program with a vision of establishing Asia's advanced manufacturing hub. Looking on last year, Taiwan's enterprise shows resilience in facing the pandemic. The total export of machinery-related products will realize great achievements, creating over 17 billion euro worth of export value, demonstrating the competitiveness and the excellence of Taiwan enterprise in international market. Furthermore, Germany has been and continuously is a great trade partner for Taiwan. This year of 2020 witnesses the total trade between Taiwan and Germany reaching 13.8 billion euros. Bilateral trade grew by more than 4% when compared with 2019. It is with mutual and complementary cooperation can a more stable, resilient, and safe supply chain be established and maintained to face the global market needs and the new business opportunities. This year's 6th Annual Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum will focus on topics such as open platform standards and creating a smart manufacturing ecosystem between industries from both sides. The exploration of global-wide industry standards is essential in allowing old and new devices and the various systems to be able to connect to each other, as well as integrating new technology. It is also an area of opportunity for cooperation. Taiwan has world-class craftsmanship in manufacturing, as well as a complete machinery industry ecosystem. And in this year's forum, we welcome the MOU signing between Taiwan and the Shandong Great Gear Company and the Germany Siemens Company, partnering to create next generation world-class smart production facility for gear manufacturing, including the adoption of AI, 5G, and the platform technology to connect the machinery in the factory and the infuse intelligence. I am confident it can become a great leading beacon for further industry learning, growth, and advancement, bring more opportunity for digital transformation and the smart manufacture throughout. In closing, I would like to thank everyone for your work in helping for industry cooperation between Taiwan and Germany. And I would also like to thank everyone for making time to attend in your busy schedule. I hope that through today's event, we can continue to make effort for innovative thinking and ways for collaboration to tackle supply chain opportunity and for marketing prospect. Lastly, I would wish for a successful forum today and also continuous health, success, and prosperity for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you so much, Director General, Mr. Lü Zhenhua. 谢谢吕局长. So, success and prosperity for everyone. That was our opening remarks from our host from the Taiwan side. And now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our host from the German side, we have Director General for Industrial Policies from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy from Germany, Director General Dr. Horstmann. Dr. Horstmann, guten Tag, can you hear me? Dr. Horstmann, you are on screen. Please give us your wonderful opening remarks. Guten Tag.
Hello, good morning. Dear Director General Loy, dear Chairman Y, dear Executive Director Limberg. Thank you for the invitation to this year's Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum. It's very good to have this regular exchange. And I'm also glad to see many participants from last year's event today. As you may have seen, we had federal elections in Germany 2 days ago, and we will now soon be entering into the process of forming a new government in Germany, federal government. But I can reassure you that the issue of smart machinery and the economic relations with Taiwan will remain a high priority for the forthcoming German government. That's for one thing absolutely clear. We all have very struggling times behind us. Our industry also had to cope with completely new challenges due to the pandemic. These days, it is important to stand together in a spirit of partnership and solidarity. We have all felt this in many ways and on many levels, with extensive pandemic control measures in place and effective vaccines available. A sustainable economic recovery is within reach. Taiwan and Germany have long-standing and very good economic ties. This is a very good base for cooperation, in particular in the field of smart machinery manufacturing. Taiwan is one of the most important German trading partners in Asia, and Germany is one of the most important trading partners of Taiwan. However, the pandemic has just demonstrated the fragility of global supply chains we are facing shortages in microchips, construction materials, and other stuff. In Germany, now we launched a huge recovery program on national level. In addition, the European Union provides a substantial amount of investment for green and digital solutions, for example, but also for infrastructure and other goods. These programs will foster development, innovation, and new investment, and it will contribute to economic growth and well-being. It is only logical to work with key international economic partners, and especially like-minded partners like Taiwan, to make our economies more resilient. We have to learn from this pandemic, and this is what we try to do, and we should do this together. One field of action is to drive digitalization on a large scale. This is one of the key objectives of the Taiwanese Smart Machinery Forum. I like to highlight some topics which have a global dimension and where we could intensify our cooperation. First, microelectronics. Microelectronics are at the center of both our economies. We have undertaken certain steps in Europe to reduce dependencies on only a few suppliers. Second, cloud infrastructures and services. Technological leadership and innovation depends on digital sovereignty. Cloud infrastructure and services have to be interoperable, secure, and transparent. Only then control over industrial data and digital services can be maintained. This is the core objective of the European Initiative Gaia-X and the European Innovation and Investment Program for a Next Generation Industrial Cloud, the so-called IPCI Industrial Cloud. And let me mention, the project Gaia-X was developed here in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and has become very successful, and so that many European corporations decided to join this very important project, and the European Commission supports it too. Third, we should intensify our exchange and cooperation on small and medium enterprise level based on our joint funding of market-oriented research and development projects. I would like to invite you to share with us ideas for cooperation. In conclusion, I believe we have laid a solid foundation for cooperation that we can build on. We have good opportunities to extend our cooperation and partnership to new and additional industrial areas. And this forum is an excellent forum to exchange on these very important issues. Thank you very much for hosting this forum, and thank you also very much for your attention. I'm wishing you all the best for this event, good discussions, and a lot of success. Goodbye.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much, Director General Dr. Huisman. Thank you for your wonderful opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, and now also welcoming our host, our organizer, 我们以热情掌声来欢迎我们主办单位台湾机械工业同业工会理事长魏灿文理事长来为我们致辞。Ladies and gentlemen, our organizer, our host from the Taiwan side, from Taiwan Association of Machinery Industry, Chairman, Mr. Wei. 立足电话。
Honorable Mr. Li Zhenhua, Director General of the Industry Development Bureau under the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Honorable Dr. Winfried Horstman, Head of Department Industry Policy, Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. Honorable Mr. Axel Limberger, Chief Representative and the Executive Director General Trade Office, Taipei. Honorable Mrs. Dagmar Taus Evans, Deputy Director General, German Institute of Taipei. Distinguished guests and speakers and the participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to Taipei, good afternoon, good morning to German, guten Tag, 大家好。
理事长好。
好，谢谢。I'm Lady Wei, of the Chairman of TAMI, Taiwan Association of Machinery Industry. In fact, I was just elected on March this year by members representative assembly of TAMI to take the position of chairman. So I feel very pleased to honor to be here today and have this wonderful chance to represent Taiwan's machinery industry to welcome you attendance in this 6th Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Online Forum. TAMI was founded in October 1945. It's the second largest industry association in Taiwan. And we have nearly 3,000 members in Taiwan, distributed island-wide. In particular, TAMI has 29 professional committees which cover almost all sub-machinery industry, such as machine tools, plastic and rubber machinery, textile machinery committee, inspection and testing committee, electronic equipment committee, and so on. Each professional committee is led by a convener, and this convener is appointed direct by me. The primary objective of professional committees is to increase the common benefits of all members and to support them in technical innovation and research. And I realize this Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum happens to be one of the most important platforms to establish this goal. We all know Taiwan and Germany have been obtaining a very long-term collaborative relationship, especially in machinery industry, and thanks to this Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum that ties us more closer than ever. Now, this forum is advancing into consecutive 6 years. Looking back the past 6 years, Taiwan and Germany have been dedicating ourselves so much to the wave of fourth industry revolution, and we all have been experienced through the impact of trade war and global pandemic. All these are dramatically changing the business and manufacturing patterns we get used to. There are challenges, but also opportunities. I have strong confidence having continuous collaboration between Taiwan and Germany and facing those challenges together, that we will come up with more opportunities than we have expected. There are so many similarities between Taiwan and Germany. We are both export-oriented industries, and we have also global renowned and companies and high innovation abilities and potentials. And most importantly, Our government are fully support Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is originated from Germany, and the Taiwanese government has launched the Smart Machinery Development Program with the vision of the transforming Taiwanese precision machinery into smart machinery and manufacturing. I'm proud to report to you the production value of Taiwan machinery industry has remained 1 trillion NT dollars scale for 4 consecutive years. Furthermore, the monthly export value in August this year hit a historic high of 2.97 billion US dollars, which indicated the continuously booming of the industry. We can look forward to these promising years to reach a new high of production value in Taiwanese machinery industry. Today, I'm also very happy that I can have 2 new friends, Mr. Andres Faith and Mr. Jonas Peter Obot, from the Mechanical Engineering Industry Association, VDMA, to join this forum and delivers a special speech regarding interoperability of OPC-UA for us. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Director General of IDB, Li Zhenhua Jizang, for his continued support and assistance to machinery industry. Finally, I would like to thank Director Lindbergh. He just visited my office a week ago, and his GTO team, members organizing this force with Tommy. In the future, Tommy and German Trade Office Taipei will keeping serving as a bridge of further cooperation between Taiwan and German machinery industry. And of course, I wish today's forum a great success and all guests and all participants most enjoyable time. Thank you. Danke. 谢谢。
谢谢我们主办单位，我们主任魏理事长，多谢李书记，谢谢。Thank you so much to our Taiwan host, Taiwan Association of Machinery Industry Chairman Mr. Wei. Thank you so much. 恭请理事长请入座。Mr. Chairman, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, also for the opening remarks, please welcome our organizer, our host from the German side, German Trade Office Taipei, Executive Director and Chief Representative, Mr. Axel Lindbergh. Guten Tag.
So kind to save energy by switching off the microphone. So, dear Mr. Lü, Director General of Industrial Development Bureau for Ministry of Economic Affairs, dear Dr. Horstmann, Director General for Industrial Policy from the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy in Germany, dear Mr. Wei, Chairman from Taiwan Association of Machinery Industry, dear friends, partners, dear ladies and gentlemen, Daja Hao. I'm so happy to open our 6th Smart Machinery Forum here in Taipei. It's the 6th version as mentioned, and it's the 2nd version under this challenging environment. And it's really great to see so many faces back here for the seminar. And I think this demonstrates and shows the relevance and the strength of the smart machinery industry for Germany as well as Taiwan. Despite existing travel restrictions, online broadcasting, this forum is an effective way to bring German and Taiwanese experts together to initiate new ideas, new projects, and to initiate the exchange on this highly relevant topic. Therefore, I'm very delighted that we have high-ranking representatives of the Ministries of Economic Affairs from both sides, from Germany and from Taiwan, being able to join us today and taking an active role in our forum. Their joining also underlines the importance of Industry 4.0 for the future of our economies here in Taiwan and in Germany. And it's also great to have the continuous support of our very reliable partners at today's forum. Without their support, this forum would not be possible. I'd like to thank especially Taiwan Smart Machinery Promotion Office and the Taiwan Association of Machinery Industry, TAMI, for jointly organizing this forum with us. Thank you very much. Thanks goes also to the Industrial Development Bureau for acting as an advisory unit and being our long-term partner, not only at this event at the Smart Machinery Forum. Coming to the smart machinery segment, over the past 5 decades, we have seen tremendous changes in the machinery sector. We are coming from factories with consisting of halls with single machines which are operating separately. Now we see highly automated and interconnected machine parks which communicate with each other in real time, and a huge amount of data is produced and generated. The future of the machinery industry clearly lies in Industry 4.0 solutions. This means we will see revolutions in the organization and control of industrial value chains. This will allow real-time optimization of the machineries and of the production process. And it is also the foundry and the basis for new production methods. And of course, Industry 4.0 creates added value, for example, for predictive maintenance concepts based on the generated data by the machinery tools and by the production. And Industry 4.0 is not a one-time occurrence, but it's a continuous process, and we have to all follow and to be involved. It affects global enterprises like we have present here, but as well small and medium enterprises here in Taiwan and Germany and worldwide. So Industry 4.0 is really something for all kinds of companies. It's not something for the big ones. It affects everybody, especially for SMEs. It is important to keep up with the developments in technology and secure their support in the future market. With today's focus on OPC UA as a unified architecture for machine-to-machine communication, we lay the essential foundation for accessing the advantages of smart industry concepts. An open structure which allows the integration of complete variety of solutions and products is an indispensable pillar for future development. We believe the opportunities that lies in Industry 4.0 and smart machinery applications can only be efficiently utilized through bilateral knowledge exchange and strong international partnerships. Therefore, it's a great pleasure for me to witness today's MOU signing ceremony between Siemens Taiwan and Sun Lung Gear Works, here also from Taiwan. It's great to see that we have real cooperation potential and projects on the spot here in Taiwan. This is a proof of how German and Taiwanese companies can complete each other by developing innovative Industry 4.0 solutions. And our role as a German trade office Taipei, we are very delighted to contribute to the bilateral knowledge exchange and serve as a bridge to establish cooperation projects and ideas between German and Taiwanese companies. Now I wish all of us, all of you, a very fruitful and interesting forum with many interesting presentations and new insights and hopefully new projects which will be initiated. Thank you very much for your attention. 谢谢大家.
谢谢, and thank you very much, Director Axel Lindberg. Thank you so much for the wonderful opening remarks. Executive Director, Mr. Axel Lindberg, please be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, today our forum is focusing on the industrial cooperation in the field of smart machinery and Industry 4.0 between Germany and Taiwan. Now, German and Taiwan Industry 4.0 solutions are actually complementary to each other, and we have seen many, and I mean many, strong cooperations between German and Taiwan enterprises in the past few years already. So, to take this one step further, to symbolize this strong industrial cooperation between both sides, we are very honored today to have two of the most successful and well-known German and Taiwan companies to further seal their cooperation by officially signing a MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, today's MOU signing ceremony is going to take place between Siemens Limited Taiwan and Sanlong Gearbox from Taiwan. The Taiwanese small and medium enterprise, Sanlong Gearbox, it was established in the year 1960. It is specialized in designing and manufacturing precision gears and gearboxes for plastic extruders, plastic injection machines, blown molding, film machines, pipe, sheet, profile, and recycling equipments. Now, it has been already recognized as the #1 brand of extruder gearbox manufacturer here in Taiwan, and has already acquired a very strong world reputation ever since the year 2000. And until now, Sanlong Gearbox have distributed more than 50,000 gearboxes in the global market to more than 30 countries in the world. And on the other side of the MOU, we have the German technology company Siemens. Now, Siemens has been serving as an innovative partner to many heavyweight and important medium-sized companies of nearly all industries here in Taiwan. Now, by utilizing its very close partnership with these companies, as well as state-of-the-art technologies from its global innovation network, Siemens has been creating value for Taiwan's long-term development. Their market-leading technologies and innovations in the area of future of manufacturing, sustainable energy, intelligent infrastructure for City 4.0, sustainable healthcare, and digitization are the strongest levers to support Taiwan in its successful transformation and upgrade. So, today's MOU signing ceremony between these two companies is the first step to their future cooperation. And with this MOU, both companies are agreeing to organize joint promotional activities related to intelligent mechanical elements used to strengthen the industry's smart manufacturing abilities. And the intelligent machinery helps machinery and industrial manufacturing industries to explore and to also develop 5G AIoT, smart manufacturing, industrial upgrading, and digital transformation. Now, the signing representatives will be Sanlong Chairman, Mr. Steve Liao, as well as the Vice President of Siemens Limited and General Manager of Siemens Digital Industries, Mr. Tino Hildebrand. Additionally, please also allow me to introduce our MOU signing witnesses at today's ceremony. So, joining us online are Mr. Lü Zhenhua, the Director General of the Industrial Development Bureau under the Ministry of Economic Affairs of Taiwan ROC. And his counterpart would be Dr. Winfried Holzmann, Director General for Industrial Policy at the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. Also additionally joining us are witnesses. They are Mr. Axel Limburg, Executive Director and Representative of the German Trade Office in Taipei, as well as Mr. Erdo Elver, President and CEO of Siemens Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've all been waiting for this. This is a historic moment and very important moment. Let us start the MOU signing ceremony. And we are now ready for the MOU signing ceremony. On stage is General Manager of Siemens Digital Industries, Vice President of Siemens Limited Taiwan, Mr. Tino Hildebrand, and Chairman Mr. Steve Liao from Sanlong. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the signing representatives. I still need more people. Online is Director General Mr. Lü Zhenhua and Director General Dr. Holzmann. And now, please welcome more witness. Please welcome German Trade Office Executive Director, Chief Representative, Mr. Axel Limburg. For the witness on stage, please stand on stage for the witness. Please welcome President and CEO of Siemens Limited Taiwan, Mr. Erdo Elver. as the standing witness on stage. And of course, please welcome Mr. Wei. 掌声欢迎我们魏理事长，请上台担任我们的见证人。历史定下。So we have witness on site and online. Mr. Hildebrand and Mr. Steve Liao, please sign the MOU. 请签署 MOU. 掌声鼓励，掌声鼓励 ，our applause. This is a historic moment. 你看看理事长都努力的拍手，太棒了！台湾德国双赢 ，Taiwan-Germany cooperate together, exchange and sign again. We need both signatures on both MOU. 各位，您不介意的话 ，one more round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I ask you to please stand and show everyone the MOU? Please, 慢慢来，董事长，我们请把我们的 MOU 秀出来给大家。OK， 掌声鼓励。Thumbs up, thumbs up. 我们的见证人 witness, your thumbs up for the MOU. Mr. Erdo Elver, thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, a historic moment for Taiwan and Germany. Sanlong and Siemens. Dankeschön, Dankeschön. Thank you, Dr. Horstman. Thank you, Director General. 吕局长，谢谢。Thank you. 再次掌声鼓励，谢谢。太棒了，历史性的一刻。Thank you. This is such a happy and wonderful historic moment. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've just witnessed a very important historic moment for both Taiwan and Germany. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on for the forum, that was the MOU, right? And now we have to do our part for the forum. We have a very special speech on the topic of the global production language. This is from VDMA, Consultant Interoperability, Mechanical Engineering Industry Association. I have the honor of welcoming from live online, this is live, Mr. Andreas Fatz, the head of Industrial Interoperability, Consultant Interoperability, Mechanical Engineering Industry Association, VDMA. Mr. Fatz, can you hear me? Great. Please go ahead.
Perfect. So first, thank you very much and congratulations to this great ceremony and the MOU. We at the VDMA are doing something together with the world called the global production language, and we see it as a key for digitalization. And we'll tell you now about 10 to 15 minutes about what we're doing and how we can collaborate. At first, if you maybe don't know the VDMA, we are a mechanical engineering association. We got more than 3,300 member companies from Germany, but also Europe. And we have also offices around the world. We are structured in 38 trade associations. So the important thing is everything I tell you is not only for a specific branch of the mechanical engineering industry, but for the whole mechanical engineering industry, starting, for example, in agriculture and ending to woodworking. So as I told you, we got international offices. So we are not a German association. We are really acting worldwide. And this is why we name it Global Production Language, because we want to have everybody on the world, all the companies, all the small and medium-sized companies involved in this great approach. And for that, we are also acting with a lot of companies worldwide and a lot of countries worldwide. So as we are representing the broad manufacturing industry, of course, the VDMA is always the voice of the industry. And for that, the industry told us vertical and horizontal networking will be the game changer in digitalization and Industry 4.0. So we need to make clear that there has to be the basis that all machines and systems can communicate and exchange information freely from the shop floor to the cloud and horizontal in the shop floor. So for that, OPCUA is a solution we found out, and maybe you know OPCUA, just go short on that. OPCUA is the preferred standard of the mechanical engineering industry. It's called Open Platform Communication Unified Architecture. And why is OPCUA the one we chosen? We have requirements. The mechanical engineering industry has requirements, and this is open source technology. It has to be secure. There has to be supported from various protocols, and there has to be semantic machine description. And exactly the semantic machine description, this is where we say this is the global production language. So today, we have often like different speech, different languages in the different fields of mechanical engineering, and also between the different companies, they use different vocabulary. And what we are trying to do is to have kind of an Oxford grammar and Oxford dictionary. So there is a defined language, and the machines are talking with the same, let's say, variables, the same words, the same information. And so we get real interoperability from the shop floor to the cloud. And there it comes pretty clear that this has to be something which is not solved only for a specific branch, like, for example, robotics, but have to be solved for all the branches in the mechanical engineering industry. And this is why we are trying to host that, to drive that, and to involve all international parties in our development. So right now we got more than 25 groups, 35 groups working in here. It's more than 25 sectors. And we have more than 600 companies involved. This is not only the big global players, this is also the small and medium-sized enterprise companies, and also all these stakeholders that are later on in the process using the interfaces, the global production language, are involved, like the automotive industry or process automation. So OPCUA technology, just at short, it is not a protocol. It uses different protocols like HTTPS or MQTT, and it has different possibilities in communication like client server and publish subscribe. The important thing is the so-called OPCUA companion specifications, where we are developing together with companies worldwide the global production language. We build up on a basis with the OPCUA model and a built-in information. And often the question comes, if the interfaces of the machines are interoperable and there is a global communication language, a global production language, can my machine easily be replaced? And this is where we say, no, it's not like that, because in the OPCUA companion specifications, so this is the technical words for global production language, there are only those information described which have the branches, the companies in common. So over vendor-specific extensions, every company can put on this basis information its market-relevant information variables that maybe the competitors don't have. So what we are doing is really something which leverages the whole industry up to the next level of interoperability. And we still have the possibility to have differences in the market on those purpose which is worth to have differences. So if we take a short minute to show on the working groups which are already working or already have worked and are finished now, we see that there's really a lot of specifications, a lot of small dictionaries for the different branches, and together it is a global production language. We have releases starting with compressed air, going over machine tools, machine vision. We have a lot of plastic and rubber machinery, and for example, robotics or the weighing technology or woodworking technology. Those groups have already finished their work. Maybe there's a draft, maybe there's a final release, but we have also groups that release the specification are now working on part 2, like for example, the robotic group. We have a lot of groups which are in development, like cranes and hoist or mining technologies. And of course, there are a lot of groups right now in the setup phase. So what I can directly offer in this great dialogue is that companies of Taiwan and also of Germany have the possibilities to name us their interest, their ideas, and also participate into the development on those specifications and join us developing the global production language. And if there are any users right now here, of course, feel free to get in touch also with the companies developing the specification, but also us at the German Engineering Association to get information how to use those specifications. Because what we really believe is that with this global production language, we can ease the production communication worldwide by a pro-global approach. And if it's come to global collaboration, it is pretty clear there is our partner, the OPC Foundation, who is specifying the OPCUA technology itself. And in addition, those OPCUA technology is using the OPCUA companion specifications. Those specifications have to be developed by the industry. This is why I said we got more than 600 companies involved. And the VDMA is hosting that because in the first slide we saw we are an association working with all the different branches of the mechanical engineering industry. So please don't get me wrong, we are not owning the specifications. The specifications are developed with our help, with our expertise, with our guidance. The companies from all over the world are bringing their interest, information, and ideas into the specifications, and we are acting on a like on a platform with compliance and traceability and transparency, and this is exactly what we are doing with our approach, developing the global production language together with all the partners. And you can see on the slide, there are already global partners that should accept the specification. And if I say accept, of course, it's pretty clear that they have also the possibility to join the active development. So really important branch specific specifications, but also in the next point, we have to do it more wider. What does that mean? That means with OPCUA, we get in the way to Industry 4.0 and interoperability. With OPCUA technology, we get a meshed communication network. With a global production language, with the domain-specific harmonized information models, where more than 600 companies are involved in more than 35 working groups, we get the next step. And the last step, maybe the most important step, is that we need cross-domain harmonized information models. That means a robot, a machine tool, and maybe an injection molding machine has to have same information if it comes, for example, to identification. And this is done in the so-called OPCUA for machinery, which is also supported by the BMWW. And for that OPCUA for machinery, there is the harmonization, and this harmonization is defining information models, building blocks, which are serving as a basis for all the other specifications. So with the global production language, we have not only the domain-specific language where a robot has a possibility independent from its manufacturer, has a possibility to communicate the same information in the same way. But in addition, with the OPCUA for machinery, this robot will identify itself in the same way like the injection molding machine. And not only the identification is in here, we have also, for example, the possibility to find all the machines and their components in the servers. And we have right now the work on machine states, on job management, result transfer, energy management. So there are coming a lot of use cases that are directly solved in this global production language in the OPCUA for machinery. And with this OPCUA and companion specification, you have the possibility to communicate direct from the machine into any MES, ERP, SCADA systems up into the cloud, using the same information, using the same language. And this really serves as a great basis for all the coming downstream processes and information using processes like, for example, AI or big data algorithms. So how can we be sure that the global production language, consisting of the domain-specific models and the OPCA for machinery, is developed and also used worldwide? And for that question, we exactly find a way that is called UMATI. UMATI is the brand, and it's a global community for dissemination and to the marketing of this global production language. UMATI stands for Universal Machine Technology Interface, and with the OPCUA technology and the global production language, we have semantic interoperability. But to really bring it into the adoption, of course, we have to commit on the same identical implementation of the specification to have real plug and play. And we have to have a global community which is joining the UMATI approach and bringing really the promotion, the marketing, the usage of the different standard, the global production language into the market, where of course machine builders and also users come together, discuss about interoperability, the global production language, and this is really where we are going to with UMATI. And as you can see it here, this group is still growing. We had also talks in Taiwan for that. The machine builders, the working groups, the associations can come together with users from various sectors. Multiple machinery can be used. And we have with UMATI the possibility to exchange best practices, lessons learned. We are forcing the international acceptance. We have the agreement on identical implementation, and we have the joint promise as a plug and play with joint proof of functionality in a showcase and feedback from the users. And right today, there is a fair EMO in Milano, Italy, where the UMATI demonstrator shows that, for example, machine tools and woodworking machines come together in this UMATI demonstrator. So this is really an approach, a second approach, where everybody, all companies worldwide can join us, joining the discussions, joining the development, joining the exchange on best practices, and what we think, which is really unique, because machine builders, associations, working groups directly come together with the users from different sectors, and so we really have the possibility, on the one hand, to define and disseminate the global production language, and on the other hand, really have the discussions on how to use it, how to implement it, how to bring it into the adoption. So for that, I again thank you very much for this great opportunity to show our approach here. I hope you have found some interesting things in here, and of course, please feel free to contact me or any of my colleagues. We are really open to help, and we are really open to take again in even more collaborative global collaboration here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Andreas. Mr. Fatt, thank you very much. I hope you can hear our
You're
applause. Would you like to take a question if you have time, please, sir?
I can take questions, of course.
Okay, right. Our dear ladies and gentlemen on site, do you have a question for Mr. Andreas Fatt?
Yes, so question from Taiwan.
Oh, okay, we have a question already. Yes, this is Kenny.
So from your slides, we know that OPCU and UMATI is a big focus for the future. Taiwan's industry enterprises are also focused on incorporating that into our solutions. So what are some industries, such as semiconductors or automotive, have a more impressive progress in this particular adoption? And what are some future industries that seem promising?
Yeah, so thank you for this really good question. So I will give you two answers. The one thing is, out of the mechanical engineering industry, you can see here, there is really, there is a lot of groups starting a lot of different areas. So the first areas started were, for example, machine tools, robots, machine vision, plastic and rubbery industry. But now today we have also, for example, printing and paper technology, laser systems, additive manufacturing, textile drying and finishing. So I would say over the long run will be that all the different areas of the mechanical engineering industry are really doing companion specifications, and maybe not only one, but also a couple. And if we go to the other side, to the user side, there we see that, for example, the automotive industry is highly interested in using the OPC-UA technology. We have also like an automotive user group, which is helping us to get the interest of the automotive industry into that global production language approach. Here again, if there are any automotives today in the line, please feel free to contact us. We can get you into that group of this automotive group, helping the global production language to fit the needs of the automotive industry. But for example, process industry is also using the OPC-UA technology. So I would say on the long run, we will have really in all highly automated industries where the production is running, where different machines are interacting together, like a robot together with a machine tool together with, I don't know, maybe a furnace or something. Then in these cases, we really need this global production language, because the effort in doing the integration, the plug and play into an existing production, but also new system landscapes gets much easier. And also the user has a possibility to use the information in his, for example, AI approach pretty easy, because if you get from all the machines the same information, you can rely on this information, and you don't have to figure out for your AI algorithms, for example, which machine is meaning, or which variable from which machine has which meaning. So it's pretty clear defined from the beginning, manufacturer independent, and this is a really great and big step for the users. And as I told you, for example, automotive is one of the user areas which are really right on the front and trying to do OPC-UA companion specifications and bring that into the adoption.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Dankeschön, Mr. Andreas Fass. That wraps up our topic for the global production language. Dankeschön, Dankeschön again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our keynote speech. The topic is International Smart Machinery Development Trends and the Role of Smart Manufacturing in the Post-Pandemic Era. For this topic, I have two speakers. Welcoming speaker number one, this is from ITRI, Dr. 胡竹生胡所长，掌声欢迎。我们工业技术研究院机械暨机电系统研究所所长 Dr. Hu Zhusheng is the Vice President and General Director of the Mechanical and Mechatronics Systems Research Laboratories from ITRI. 掌声欢迎。所长好。
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been my honor to talk about what is the progress of our smart machinery program in Taiwan in the past year. And so this will be my talk. First, I will do some review of what we have been doing. And we will look into the future, how we make the smart machinery industry, the growth and the technology depths. I think this forum is becoming more and more important. Okay, every year we have different aspects and we face different challenges worldwide. And it's fortunate that both governments sponsor the collaboration between the two industries in Germany and in Taiwan. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we're supposed to have a forum in German. But I expect that next year, maybe we'll have a chance to go to Germany for the next year's forum. Okay, ever since we launched the Smart Machinery program, the total production value of our machinery or mechanical engineering industry and reached the 1 trillion NT dollars milestone since 2017. Unfortunately, due to the China and US trade war and also the pandemic, our output value is a little bit down in the year before. But according to the new survey, we have about 30% growth this year compared to last year. So I think we are looking very promising by enable our industry to face the challenge ahead. Okay, so I think we expect that year 2021, we have 9% growth versus the prior year. We still follow the three directives for our smart machinery program. The first one is depth, meaning we try to introduce state-of-the-art and advanced technology such as artificial intelligence into our industry. The second one is breadth, as the well-known smart machine box. The role of the SMB is to digitize our manufacturing industry and also machinery industry. The third one, of course, is height. Height, we select some leading companies in certain industrial sectors, and we help and the government sponsor them to build the role model for every other companies in the same sector. Okay, and of course, as we know that Taiwan is export-oriented country, so therefore we will try to increase our export value due to this effort. Okay, to enhance the smartness, the breadth, the smart machine box, SMB, our goal is to sponsor 9,100 units in the industry, and currently we already installed 34 boxes in the industry, and it will enable almost more than 300 manufacturers to digitize their plant. And we also, during this effort, we also create some of the SIs. In other words, the company will put in their expertise in the smart machine box and help other companies to do the digitization. In terms of the introducing the advanced or state-of-the-art technology, I think most of the technology, when they are invented, they may not be so specifically applied to a certain sector. For example, in manufacturing, how can we use the artificial intelligence? So our program is not trying to invent the artificial intelligence algorithm or whatever, but we try to see how this technology can be adopted to our manufacturing sector. I think there are some very good results. Later on, I will report some of the examples. And we launched many projects, and I think most of our companies, they realize that in order to adopt the new technology, they have to do the investment. So we have more than 300 million investment try to enhance the depth of their manufacturing or machinery industry. Okay, this is one of the examples that we introduced the artificial intelligence in a company that is producing the propeller. Okay, the company, I think the company is the #1 world-leading company providing the propeller for the certain size of boat. Okay, The AI is introduced to actually to do the grinding and the polishing of the surface. As you know that this surface has a very stringent mechanical dimension and the surface finishing requirements. And in the past, these are achieved by human, by labor, okay, or some people with experience. And we try to introduce the artificial intelligence along with the robotics, try to do the surface finishes and the dimension. And this is a very tedious work and labor intensive, but after introducing the technology, the company has become, is very good at controlling the quality of this propeller. Okay. And for the height, we think we have 6 cases, but in this slide, we only show 4 cases. One is in automotive and the scooter sector. We combine 4 Taiwan and a Dongtai group to show the flexible production line. And the shoemaking industry, we established the very first one-stop smart sole production line. And for the plumbing and the sanitary ware hand tools, and this is a very, this is a 3K industry, meaning 3D, dangerous, dull, and dirty, okay? In the past, rely on some labors to produce the hardware, but also we introduced the automation and artificial intelligence technology, try to solve the labor-intensive problem and increase the product quality. And of course, the aerospace, we are joint effort to, within the supply chain, to expand the business opportunity worldwide. Okay, and this shows the one of the example of the scooter production. In the past, a lot of information on the production line is not digitized. So after digitization and after a very good management software introduced in the production line, the company is able to do, in the same line, can do 3 models and 6 parts simultaneously. And the total export value was up. And the participants, one of the participants, the Dongtai, who is a machinery maker, they, through this case, they also upgrade their system integration level capability.
In the smart manufacturing and development project of motorcycle key components,
a video shows the
of Dongtai and Kimco.
The achievements.
Kimco plans to complete the transformation and upgrade at the rate of 2 production lines per year under the cooperation project of Dongtai and Kimco. Through the cyber-physical system, CPS technology, they adopt IoT, sensors, and smart software, and integrate MES, MRP, and supply chain systems to build a smart production line with a total solution, thus successfully driving the motorcycle manufacturing industry towards smart future factories.
Okay. To facilitate export, I mean, after all this effort, we try to put together our industrial efforts. And for example, Taiwan Machine Tool, Taiwan Robotics, and Taiwan System Solution, and going to explore the worldwide business. And there's some example. For example, in the there's a company called Techman Robot, who is making the collaboration robot. And the company has a great achievement by selling their product to Europe. And I think the company collaborates with Siemens and also Continental Video. And their robot has inherited the 3D vision capability and also introduced some machine learning software. And it has significant business growth. This is a startup company, but has a very good growth by selling their robot. The second one, I think the Chong Power, last year also, they participate in our forum. And the Chong Power is a company who do the PET blow molding machine, okay? And one of their businesses is very interesting. They can produce a very customized bottle for every customer. So the customer can design their bottle and place order, then they can have a very fast delivery of the certain type of bottle, even with a company logo. Okay, and the Chong company is also expand their business in Southeast Asia area. Okay, looking forward, I think we will emphasize again on the we call digitize the lean management, because in the future the business variation, like for example in pandemic, we have very serious supply chain problems. So in other words, the company has to respond fast to the change in the industry. Therefore, we will try to introduce the digital lean management technologies. Of course, it will be built upon our previous effort to digitize our production line and introduce various decision-making software to our production line. Okay, and this shows what the work we have to do. In other words, we need to improve production processing. For example, we will try to see if we can have some experience borrow from the Toyota production system. For example, the Six Sigma precision management for the production, and try to introduce this technology to our industry. Among them, one of the efforts we currently are ongoing is if we can gather together all the resources from the government and the industry and for the research institute and also the educational institute. Now we try to build a cloud system, or we try to build the ecosystem on a cloud for our various manufacturing and the machinery industry. And just in the morning, we have another meeting with the TAMI, and we gather together several companies, a very important company, try to form our alliance or business in the future in the cloud business. So there are a lot of efforts, including the communication standards that we will be discussed and established in this effort. So just very briefly report what we have been doing and what we are doing right now and we will do in the future. And I hope that through this forum, we can find many aspects that we can collaborate with German, either VDMA or Siemens or other companies that to help the growth of our export value in the future. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Dr. Hu Zhusheng. 谢谢胡所长精彩的分享. Thank you for your wonderful sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on for the same topic of international smart machinery development trends and the role of smart manufacturing in the post-pandemic era, our second speaker is President and CEO of Siemens Taiwan Limited, Mr. Erdo Elver. Please let us welcome Mr. Erdo Elver with our applause as well.
Right, now it's working. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining live here, but also virtually through internet here and in Europe. And also thank you to organizer for setting up this event. By the way, I'm not playing with my slides. Someone is playing, so it's good. Once again, thank you to organizer for organizing this great event and also giving us the chance to speak. As just announced, the topic, the theme of the session is development trends and the role of smart manufacturing in post-pandemic era. I will address this topic from a technological point of view. In this context, I will also share with you the digital concept of combining real and digital worlds, and also the big data, and what we can all do with this, and share with you 3 real cases from different projects, with this showing infinite opportunities from infinite data for smart manufacturing. Well, with the impact of the pandemic, all industries all over the world are facing big challenges. on one hand, the supply chain distributions are disrupted on a global scale. On the other hand, industries are facing scarcity of key supplies, especially in the semiconductor area. On the other hand, industries has to catch up and upgrade their, let's say, operations to cope with the trend of digitalization and also be able to open up new business models. And we also have witnessed how climate change can devastate our planet. Droughts, in fact, you see on the first picture, this is from Salmon Lake, no water. But also heavy rains, droughts. You see on the other picture, by the way, this is not German cars artistic trade show. It is caused by floods in Germany. It's a real picture. And of course, my heart is bleeding. The forest fires happened in summer in Europe, in Turkey, Greece, Spain, not to mention in Australia and US. This is all caused by climate change, and our resources are not endless. So we have to really work together and mitigate climate change. And in this context, smart manufacturing can play an important role and reduce, of course, through efficiency, through different, like deploying through different technologies to reduce CO2 emissions. So once again, in the post-pandemic era, the manufacturing sector will need to be resilient and, of course, responsible to cope with the fast-changing market demands. And you see some of those words on my slide, like we have to be flexible because demands are changing continuously. We have to be more efficient and, more important, as I just have mentioned, we have to be sustainable. We have to take care of our environment, of course, by optimizing our operations in a way that we, again, reduce the energy consumption and with this reduce the CO2 emissions. And now, to put all the parts together, and here, the automation and digitalization solutions with using the power of data plays an important role. And in this context, as I have just mentioned in the beginning, combining the real and digital worlds plays an important role. And this is the digital twin, which bridges the real world with the virtual world and helps companies to develop, to design and develop their products, their production. In fact, the whole value chain can be considerably optimized. And again, here with using the power of data and, of course, creating infinite opportunities from utilizing the digital solutions. And with this, we believe the smart manufacturing can be more efficient, more sustainable, and of course, also taking care of our environment and also fulfilling all the requirements. And our solution for this is our digital enterprise suite, which is provided by our businesses, Digital Industries. Tino Hildebrand and his team is taking care of this. And this is, in fact, the only available, let's say, platform in the market which can help our customers, again, to connect the real world with the digital worlds and help our customers to design their products by seamless integrating all the relevant steps in product development and, of course, of setting up of the production in realization, design, realization, and optimization. And, of course, it is important to mention that we have to have, again, the possibility having the product digital twin, where I need to, design my product virtually, but also I can have the virtual digital twin of my production. And if I run later on my production, I have the performance twin of my production, respectively performance twin of my product, which can help us to optimize through the closed loop and through the integration of the different steps in the development value chain and can help us to optimize the product, respectively, the production. Again, it is, in fact, a comprehensive platform integrating the different steps, but also different parties in the product development. And it's also important to have the right simulation tools which can help us to test the things virtually before we manufacture them. And that is, of course, another important key feature of our digital enterprise suite, which help us to combine the real and digital world, and of course, test the things before we develop them. And this is, again, another picture showing, and if we have the possibility to test the product, respectively production virtually, we can ensure that the real product, respectively real production, will also function. And with this, we can be much more efficient, save energy, save time, be more flexible, and of course, also sustainable. And it is also important to mention that is a comprehensive platform with relevant security aspects, especially cybersecurity plays an important role, and also integrating the different parties through the platform. And also important to highlight here that we are linking the data world, the IT world, with the OT, with the operational technology world. Linking, from the sensors up to the cloud, to the data which sensors are creating, and helping us, of course, with this, again, to develop our products, production, but also later on, develop maintenance algorithms, service algorithms, and you name it. So that is, I think, crucial. And also important to mention that we have to also link the different parties who are involved in this production, be it our suppliers, customers, of course, logistics partners, developers, in an open platform which can help all the relevant parties to communicate accordingly. So that is a very powerful software platform, or digital enterprise suite, which can, again, help us to develop products and systems in a more optimized way. Of course, having the digital enterprise is one thing. We also need to integrate further technologies into it to be able, again, to stay competitive. Like, for example, cloud solutions I have just mentioned. In fact, this is the base for everything, where we can develop the systems and also through cloud applications do maintenance and service. But also utilize industrial 5G for connecting the different machines, artificial intelligence, utilizing in different areas to do certain checks, algorithms, respectively maintenance, but also industrial edge. So those are important technologies which also needs to be integrated totally. And this is something we are offering in different industries. Our teams in digital industries are working in electronics vertical, in automotive, in semiconductors, and with a deep domain know-how, we are able to assist our customers in different industries and help them to do the digital transformation which we're all going through. I will share with you in the following 3 real cases and share with you what we did, as I have mentioned in the beginning. The first one is related productivity efficiency through digital transformation, and this is done with our esteemed customer, Sanlun Gear Works, and we had also today signed an MOU to deepen this cooperation. And you might all know Sanlun Gear Works is one of the leading companies in Taiwan, specialized on developing gears and gearboxes for plastic machines. And the challenge we have learned was how to optimize the efficiency, the productivity efficiency through connecting the different machines. And their machines have been already equipped with some Siemens parts. And our teams worked together and provided our digital solutions with MindSphere and connected the machines on different places together. And with this, our customers is able to increase the productivity and, of course, quality control, and also able to utilizing the data getting from the cloud through MindSphere, do preventive maintenance or optimize the maintenance cycle, and many more. So with this, we are, of course, very glad and happy to assist one of our esteemed customers here in Taiwan. And with this MOU today we signed, we will continue and deepen our cooperation and develop applications based on 5G, industrial AI or AIoT, and other smart manufacturing algorithms. So that is one example I like to share related to productivity efficiency. The next one is related speed. And I do hope everybody knows, meanwhile, BioNTech. This is the German company who developed the first COVID vaccine, which has been approved as the first. And, of course, in cooperation with Pfizer. Many people know also it's BioNTech Pfizer. The challenge was how to, speed up fast a manufacturing facility in Germany to be able to produce in big mass the vaccines, which, of course, everybody needs. And here our, of course, teams sit together and use our digital solutions and help our customers to set up the manufacturing facility in a very short time. Usually you need one year or something, and this has been done in half of the time, around 5 months. And also utilizing our manufacturing execution system, we were able to develop the system, in fact, without using any papers, using the digital solutions. And with this also we have reduced the conversion time. So this is another example where we can use the digital solutions to ramp up a manufacturing plant for, again, life-crucial pharmaceuticals like COVID vaccines. And I guess today we are able even to have the BioNTech vaccine here in Taiwan. And this is another success, which is, by the way, coming from Germany, from this manufacturing plant, which has been, again, set up through Siemens Automation and Digitalization Solutions. My last example is related to another industry, food and beverage, and our cooperation with Coca-Cola. And in fact, we set up a global cooperation with Coca-Cola to assist them in setting up their manufacturing facilities with digital solutions. And the challenge was how we can improve the performance of the manufacturing facility and availability, but also improve the efficiency by reducing energy consumptions. And also here, our teams have offered our digital enterprise, which helped our customers together to use the digital solutions to design the manufacturing plants and also utilize our digital solutions to do relevant tests, and with this improve the capacity up to 550 million cans, which is, if I'm correct, one of the highest possible outputs which can have. And also the example I have just shared has been done in our neighboring country in mainland China. And this also will be used as a benchmark for other factories around the world, again, using digitalization solutions to planning, setting up the manufacturing facilities, and with this, of course, also optimize the energy consumption. And you see here around 10 million kilowatt per hour has been reduced through optimization by using digital solutions. Just to share with you 3 examples out of infinite opportunities, as I have mentioned in the beginning. And of course, we will continue with this and assist our customers all over the world, of course in Taiwan, but also all over the world, and utilize the power of data and realize infinite opportunities for smart manufacturing. Thank you very much. That was my session. And I will post this speech in LinkedIn. This is my link to LinkedIn, and welcome to read and comment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for this wonderful sharing. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that covers the topic of international smart machinery development trends and the role of smart manufacturing in the post-pandemic era. One more round of applause for President and CEO of Siemens Taiwan Limited, Mr. Erdo Elber. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Moving on to our next keynote topic. This is connecting open platforms and digital transformation. Same, two speakers. Welcoming speaker number one for this topic, we have from Yongqing Machinery, General Manager, Mr. Patrick Chen. All yours. Turn on the microphone, 3 seconds.
Hi, everybody. Everyone that's here, everyone in front of the screen. My name is Patrick Chen. Definitely honored to be invited back to give our presentation on YCM's smart manufacturing journey. And this is something that I spoke to during last year's Taiwan-Germany Smart Manufacturing seminar. And today we're going to explain a little bit more on what we're doing as YCM as a company, how we're progressing, how we are helping our customers through the smart manufacturing transformation as well. And company again, we're established 1954, last year, so no changes there. So we're almost 70 years old. 70 years old, we're trying to transform as well, and also helping our customers. So we have close to 1,000 employees worldwide. This is our current location in Taichung. It's around 800 employees. As everybody can see, we're starting to go into the clean energy. So a lot of our, I guess our buildings is a solar power energy. And of course, with carbon emission, this is something that we're going to be doing more of as we move forward. So at the same time, we have around the world different subsidiaries, let it be in Germany, let it be in US, and again in China. So as part of the post-pandemic, how are we going to do a lot of the transformation and how we manage our business as we go forward. And again, this is some of the industries that we're focused on. I'm going to give a little bit a video presentation on what we're doing. So we don't own a race car team. It's just a sponsor that we do. But it's, as you can see, it's a racetrack in Germany, in Nuremberg racetrack. And so it's something that we're part of our marketing that we do. But at the same time, we want to let our customers know that we do a lot of automotive solutions as well. So I'm going to speak a little bit in terms of the macroeconomics, what the economy here in Taiwan, the enterprises in Taiwan that we're faced with, the challenges. And from the macro level, I'm going to start going to more of the microeconomics on what YCM is doing and how YCM is helping our customers, not only in Taiwan, but throughout the world. So as you can see, one of the key data here is that before 2021 pandemic in Taiwan happened. The GDP in Taiwan is something that, as you can see, it's near global average, but it's a little bit below. And there are reasons why I'm gonna speak to a little bit. And some of the challenges that we face, as you can see, a lot of it is due to a lot of our customers are reducing their product life cycles. A lot of the products are changing very, very quickly. There's a lot of territory reshuffling in terms of manufacturing. And of course, resources are very, very limited here in Taiwan. And one of the things that the enterprises in Taiwan is faced with is, how do we transform? How do we transform through these difficult times, changes in supply chains? We have to start thinking about, are there new business models that we have to start looking into for the enterprises here in Taiwan? And as Erdo alluded to, post-pandemic, there are a lot of changes in the way we do our supply chains, and at the same time, the zero-touch economy. How do we service our customers when we cannot fly as we were used to in the past in terms of the way we do business? So there are a lot of changes that's happening to the enterprises here in Taiwan. So there's three key things. There's going to be more customized service and user experience that we're going to be starting to do more of. But one of the key things is really here, location-based production and supply chain. And at the same time, how to utilize more of the advantages in the platforms that we use and the benefits that can be achieved. So everyone's talking about AI, a lot of the digital tools that we're using. But one of the most important things that enterprises in Taiwan here are starting to do and think more about is platforms. How do we utilize platforms to improve our efficiency? How do we utilize platforms to create an ecosystem that will benefit our value chains? So again, this is something, the data just to share, a lot of enterprises here in Taiwan are small, medium-sized enterprises. Of the data collected, merely 3% of enterprises in Taiwan are starting to do more of the digital transformation. This is something that we have to do more of in Taiwan, and we have to catch up very, very quickly. Another data just to share, of the top 2,000 companies in Taiwan did a survey regarding digital transformation. Merely 10% of enterprises see the benefits from the digital transformation implementations that's currently going on in their companies. So why is that? And this is something that a book called The Third Wave of Digital Transformation, and we're currently in the third wave. And as everybody can see, the most important thing is we have to look at the industry strategy changes and vertical industry focus, value chain. Value chain management is something that's going to be more and more critical as we move forward. And there's two terminologies sometimes that gets mixed up. One is digitization, other one is digital transformation. Digitization is speed up our current existing process flow through better digital tools that we use, but digital transformation, we have to think about new competitive advantages that will help our business as we move forward. So the three steps that we usually try to discuss with our customer is digitalization, digital optimization, and digital transformation. These three steps need to be worked through, not in one step, and do it in different phases with your company's transformation. And the things that we're doing internally here in YCM is we're trying to implement all these facets in the way we do things currently in YCM. So we try to do paperless, but what does paperless really mean? How does that help how we deal with our customers, how we create value for our customers? So this is something that we're doing more and more of. So creating customer value through lean thinking, lean management. I think the speakers in front of me talked about lean, and this is something that we really have to help our customers do more of. At the same time, we have to do more of ourselves within our company. So this is our Industry 4.0 solution roadmap within YCM. But again, the key really here is how do we help customers create value? How do we help them improve their efficiency, quality, reduce their cost, and these are things that we are thinking about. So the three elements of smart manufacturing, as I alluded to last year, is smart automation, smart machinery, and of course, smart management. But all these three elements come together is how do we help our customers during their daily process management? And these are things that we have to do more of, do more deeper dive into the solutions that we want to provide to our customers. So smart automation, and this is something that Erdo alluded to, plug and play. This is something that we're doing more and more of. We want to do solutions, not a full-blown automation, but more of a single machine type of automations for job shops. Our target audience is a little bit different, and this is something that we're going to do more of. So as you can see, the processes that customers go through the TP and TS, how do we design solutions that it's very easy to have plug and play or plug and produce type of solutions. It takes merely 4 hours to have changes in the automation solutions that we do here. So how do we help our customers be able to change their production lines on the new job orders that they have and change the automated solutions that they can do themselves. They don't need to call YCM, they could just do by themselves. And this is something that we want to do more of, be more flexible in our automated solutions. So smart machines, and this is something that I think as we progress with the usage of OPCUA, UMATI, these are things that we're going to be getting better and better at. But as one of the information just to share with everybody is that how do we make our machines more user-friendly? As you can see, the labor shortages that's currently happening here in Taiwan. Ever since 2017, the number of people in the labor force is decreasing quite rapidly. So how do we make our machines more user-friendly, easy to use, better interface? And this comes to some of the changes in the automotive industry as well, in terms of how we operate cars, how we monitor cars, and can we utilize the same sort of technology in our machines? So as you can see, let it be remote monitoring, let it be smart maintenance. These are things that we can do more of with our machines. So just to share with some of the things that we're doing. So as you can see, we can utilize a QR code on the machine, and you could basically start following all the health monitoring, the information that's currently in the machines. And at the same time, you could even do remote startup, remote warm-up. And these are things that I think it will, of course, under safe conditions to do these type of warm-ups. So the key really here is how do we help our customers reduce their preparation time, improve their run time, and really increase the machine utilization. So we're going through the different procedures that operators go through on a daily basis, and are there different solutions that we can provide them to improve their machine utilization, at the same time, improve their cutting performance as well. And of course, lastly, smart management. This is something that we're doing more and more of. I think as we move towards smart manufacturing solutions and environment into the future, one of the key and critical things is how do we create a ever-improving sort of culture within the company? And this is something that, of course, we can buy really sophisticated solutions into the company, but within the company, if there's no desire to change on a daily basis, sometimes buying these solutions or digital solutions, it'll come to a full stop after a certain period of time. So how do we cultivate an ever-improvement sort of culture? So, on this aspect, we have to start thinking about from the business owner perspective, plant owner perspective, operator perspective. What are some of the pain points that they want to be better at, to reap some benefits? And these are some of the things that we're doing more of at YCM. So again, combining IT, OT, and CT. This is something we want to do more of. But at the same time, we can't do everything by ourselves. So we have basically do different facets. We have found partners to provide the collaboration that we really need, and create co-creation. Co-creation to help us push the the Industry 4.0 solutions, smart manufacturing solution. So the co-creation, the company's name is called .0, connecting. We want to connect excellence. And this is something that the company has been in existence for 2 years. And we're doing a lot of smart manufacturing solutions for our customers. And so here are some of the solutions that we currently have. We help our customers implement MES type of solutions to help them improve their productivity. And it's edge-based, cloud-based. This is something that is quite unique here in Taiwan. So it's cloud-edge coexistence. And as you can see, we can connect with any cloud softwares, cloud platforms, and these are all in microservice sort of solutions. So what that means is we can connect with other sort of APPs, link it together, and create the solution that the customer really needs. And again, cloud. Cloud is something that is going to be changing the way we do things going forward, and the flexibility of cloud, the low cost of cloud, and even the security of cloud. This is something that more and more customers are asking, and we really want to help our customers collect the data that they do on a daily basis and provide better decision-making qualities for them. So as you can see, OEE, TCO, and visual, and even value stream mapping, in their entire process flow. Are there things that they're doing well, or are there things that they need to improve upon? So these are key decision-making data that we're collecting and helping our customers improve their business. And again, customers are always going to be talking about, well, what are the benefits of cloud? What are some of the barriers of cloud? Is my data going to be secure in cloud? And these are things I think as we communicate more with our customers, they're going to feel, okay, it's not as bad as it seems. So from how do we migrate to cloud? This is something that in the future is going to be more and more of a popular topic. And just to give an example, what .0 is helping our customers. This is just a success story here in Taiwan. This is in NT dollars, around 200 employees. The implementation took merely 3 months. And basically, these are the benefits that they're reaping. And as you can see, OEE increased 15% within a period of 3 months. And they were able to receive new orders from their US customers due to the fact that they have visual management in terms of the way they do things. And again, another thing that we're talking about in relating to zero-touch economy, smart service. And this is something that is going to be becoming more and more important for machine tool makers as we move forward. How do we service our customers from afar? How do we collect data? How do we make sure that all their experiences that we've been doing with them through face-to-face is the same or even better through these digital tools? So these are things that we're doing. As you can see, we're utilizing Microsoft's solution as well with our PLM solutions to really help our customers do remote servicing. And again, every journey, no matter how far, starts with one step. And one of the key steps that we've been taking within YCM is through a PLM implementation. This seems very fundamental, but something that's really, really critical for a company like YCM to do. And this is some of the things that we're doing, trying to improve our product development time, making sure we create the necessary ability to do traceability management as we go forward. For our products, how do we make sure that all the machines are done properly through TQM perspective? And these are things that I think as we move forward, traceability management is going to be critically important. And here are some of the benefits that we've seen. Of course, again, as you can see, the product development time has reduced quite dramatically for us. And again, every machine has its own manual, and this is something that's quite unique as we move forward. And one of the things that's critically important of all of this is not only in YCM internally, but even for our customers, change management. How do we get our customers to be willing to change? These are the steps that we're taking with our customers. And again, the roles of the teams. I think there's going to be always doubters. There's always going to be onlookers. But how do we get our employees or even our customers to be on the promotions for change? So just want to quickly say thank you everybody for the opportunity. But once is lastly is the customer experience. How do we get our customers to feel that the solutions we're providing through these smart manufacturing changes are really to help them through these difficult times? So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, and I believe everyone wants to say thank you to Mr. Patrick Chen for such a wonderful presentation. Patrick Chen, General Manager of Yongqing Machinery. Applause once again. Thank you, Patrick. Moving on, second speaker for the same topic, connecting open platforms and digital transformation. Let us welcome Managing Director of Trumpf Taiwan Industries, Mr. Jason Chen.
Ladies and gentlemen, guten Tag. I'm so glad to have today's opportunity here to share Trumpf's smart manufacturing concept, also as well as that our experience to working and supporting Taiwan SME, especially in the sheet metal process in the past few years, what we learnings and the lesson we got. So just before the forums, I have a chance to chatting with the Deputy Director Generals. We're chatting a little about that. I've have a chance to live in Stuttgart area for almost 1 year. And that is the real case is that one day I walk on the streets, you know, I want to show our little greetings as a foreigners. So I send my greetings to Guten Tag to German guys. And I didn't expect that his response to me is Ni hao, which is even more pronouncing accurate than my German words. So I think it is just a small things that we were talking about the connections. Isn't it a German Taiwan, you know, we try to connect each other even we are from a different environment and we try to make both a success. So the key message today, the takeaway here is that especially for the people, as far as I know, this video will be recorded and put on YouTube. So later on, if you see these videos, this is a key message takeaway for my today's update, especially for SMEs, is that they link to the word here, your smart factories. Digital transformations is not mission impossible. If you happen to see, if the video can show you that how the people here, the government officers, the associations, and both the German and the Taiwan expertise here, so desperately try to support your success. So you understand this is the things we need to do right away. So I take the one page to brief in the Trumpf. Trumpf is a family business, family company, and we are going to celebrate our first centenary celebrations very soon. And as we are a family company, we think we act as a long-term perspective. That is also, we treat Trumpf ourselves as sort of SME, just a little different standard with 14,000 employees worldwide, as well as the 3.9 billion order intake last fiscal year, which is a historical high. We are pretty happy to have that. Due to that, we already been engaged with the digital transformation years ago. So it is really proven that we are on the right track with our customer. Also, Trumpf is providing the manufacturer solutions, both from the machine tool and the laser technologies. Our categories also engage with the vehicles, e-mobilities, furnitures, building, as well as the mobile set. Also that the semiconductor areas. So with the creative such things, it's forcing us continue to do our innovations. One of the things that people are pretty aware is the EUV. TRUM is providing a key component and lasers to our business partner ASML, which is forming the EUV solution to support the cutting edge of our Taiwan semiconductor industries. So not only that, we also engage more recently years with the VCell. So this is something that we keep on doing. Not only by doing that, this is all in Germany or these are headquarter things. We also very care about the close to customers. So last year, we have been established training centers for EUV with our business partner ASML in Tainan. And early this year, with the support of MOEA and HK, also together with TAMI and also E3, we also established the very first Taiwan Laser Application Center in E3 Tainan to support the SMEs who cannot afford the laser application in the first place. So by doing that, we are really close to customers. So later on, when we talk about the open structure or open platforms, I always say that today I'm only focused on the sheet metal process industry, which we are pretty familiar with. TRUM is embrace the beauty of openness, both for culture as well as for the platform and the solutions. Connection is the foundation of the digital transformations and the smart factories. So you can see from the screen, not only that all our data output is following the OPC UA, also that our standardized condition and status output is also follow the VDMA. And we also connect the web applications and the open platform. And the very important, which we learned, is that for the local SMEs, we're also supporting our SME customers to connect their local software. For example, very important like ERP systems, not only SAP, but also the local ones. So by doing all of that, our solution is the center of the link, which is enable the machines can speak and understand to their surroundings. And also consider the data securities with such a flexible connections. I believe that we are really the good partner for the smart factories. Talking about the importance of that, I always enjoy, as I just before the forum, I talked to Patrick of the YCM. He always can emphasize the importance of that, so I don't need to spend the time on this topic again. But the point is that from a technology point of view, we are pretty ready there. And especially this open structure is pretty critical and important for the small SMEs. So the advice here that for SMEs, if you try to adopt the smart manufacturing solutions, please make sure your business partner is supporting such an open structure and open platform, because it's the foundation of everything. So this is always the chart we show to the customers. Pretty impressive. So it is not really a simple connection only. So you can see starting from the design, from all the process, machine talk to each other, all of these things. So from a technical point of view, most of us, we are ready, and that's why we keep on talking for the years. However, when we consider that the digital transformation, I mean the technical wise, we are ready, but we will consider digital transformation. I believe that most of you probably still expect, as just Patrick just mentioned, our SME's digitization rate is still under a big area that which we can looking for a better progress.
So this is something that why that we have such a platform ready, and the digital transformation SMEs is still not there. Just as I'm beginning to mention, most of SMEs think that this is not easy things. So very important is that I always say with support of the government, this is very important, because as one of the supplier vendor here, we cannot really attach it to all the industry. Consider that the government already see the importance of a smart factory from long-term perspective. We have a 5+2 strategies years ago. And with the resource support for the E3s and the Tommy, I have to say, just echo Dr. Hu's message that the white, this one is doing very good as a vendor and a supplier here. Now I would say that most of SMEs are aware the importance and the necessary of the digital information. However, I always say this old saying that to know is one thing, to do is another. So nobody will object that this is not important, but to do, sometimes it is not really happen. I just take an example that a few days ago I asked one of my friends who really make a lot of fortunes from the investing of the stock market. So I asked a very stupid question. Of course, now I thought it's a stupid question. Is now a right timing to invest the stock market right now? Is that right timing? You know his answers. I think these answers also can answer the situation here. Is that his answer to me is that no, now is not a good timing. The good timing to start the investment is yesterday. You better to start to do right away, not now. So this is the things that what we saw, such a thing is not happening for the SMEs. What the experience we have and with Trump here is that what is the obstacle in between? Most of us, we think about it is because of the cost of the money. I have to highlight again from our experience. They are the SME company, but they are not the poor companies. Most of our Taiwan SMEs, they can afford such things. But the point here is what they worry about is the investment risk. They don't have such a capability to evaluate what is the right solution to do. So then, am I still optimistic on our progress there here? From my perspective or 2 cents, I'm still very optimistic. The key things is what we saw today is that there is more and more, especially for the family SMEs, the second generation starting to engage with the business. I think it's pretty important that the second generation, younger generation who grow up in a digital world, and they are pretty understand and the important urgency of the digital transformation. For the records, I don't mean that if you are the founders, if you are the first generation, you don't accept. I didn't mention that. I didn't mean that. But very important is that we all know that the digital transformation is sort of a disruptive process. You have to change all your value chains. And the second generation or the younger management, usually they don't have too much burdens. And they will just start to do and continue to push and support for the digital transformation, which I believe it is a good point we can cross the chasm. Because again, after we're talking for years, this is still single digits, but we believe that by doing that, this is what we are doing as well to share everybody that we discuss most of with them. And I have to say the progress is really good. So we consider all of that. Then we also consider that we are not only doing or keeping saying such a complicated slide. So we're starting to do the video recording for the local, really successful stories. Also, we're making some funny or easy to understand videos. So here is the one, but just take a look. It is not the key things I try to tell.
Max dreams of the global networking of all the product information at Trumpf. This is Max. He works in production at Trumpf. During the lunch break, his colleague Petra talks about the PLM Next project and how it will change Max's work. After a hard day at work, he falls on his sofa in the evening and starts dreaming. In his dream world, PLM Next is already completed and anchored in the organization. All product information is now networked, from development, production, operation, and recycling. Max finds himself in front of a machine, at which a software error is displayed. He then reports it to the development department as usual. The error is forwarded to Simone, a software developer for error correction. She directly uses a digital twin of this machine. A digital twin is a complete digital copy of the machine and contains all current data from running operations. Troubleshooting and changes can be simulated and tested immediately on the digital twin. This happens in real time and with real data from Max's machine. If everything is correct, Simone releases the changes and distributes the software. Simone can now see which machines worldwide have the same error and can correct it anywhere at the touch of a button. Max can breathe easy again. What luck! No other machine had to be stopped for this update, which would have caused production delays and costs. What a dream! Max is very disappointed that this was only a dream, but fortunately, PLM Next is available at Trumpf. Together, we can make the dream come true. Max is thinking about what we have to do to make it happen. This is an important, big step towards digital integration as in Max's dream. Do you also have thoughts and ideas for your area? Then let us know and we will consider them in PLM Next.
Yeah, PLM is an abbreviation of the product life management. Digital twin is not today what I'm trying to tell because time is up. Because I recall that last year Siemens already brings such a things and have very good slides as well. The point here is that we try to use such a video and expressions to communicate with the most of SMEs, and it really works. So in the end, we keep on doing by these ways, and we showing that your neighbors, your friends who adopt the digital transformations really making money, just as my friends who make tons of money from their investment in the stock market. Whatever he tells definitely is for some reference. So again, let me, by the end, let me revise what my friends tell again for our smart manufacturing as well as the open structure here is that the best thing to start the digital transformation is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The best time to start is now. Oh, I love that takeaway punchline. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we have one more keynote speech topic before we delve into our panel discussion round, okay? This keynote speech topic is introducing digital platforms to SMEs, best practice examples. Two speakers again. First speaker, Mr. David Zhuang. Please welcome with our applause, Chairman Mr. David Zhuang from Fenco Steel Technologies.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It will be a pleasure for me to talk to everybody today. My name is David Chuang. I'm the chairman of FST, which is Femco Steel Technologies. I'm going to talk a little bit about, well, I was told to talk a little bit about SMEs and digitization, and also a little bit about how our company went about our digitalization and digitization journey. But first, and let me just say, like, you know, Jason before me, I'm also a big fan of simple slides. I think sometimes complicated slides are, you just get lost and you stop thinking about it. But moving on, let me introduce my company a little bit. Okay. Yeah, this is huge. So our company was founded in 1990, and we're one of the leading manufacturers of steel golf shafts that supplies the global golf equipment market. Today we manufacture approximately 10 million golf shafts a year, and we supply to pretty much all of the big brand names that, you know, if anybody's playing golf, that you've ever heard of. All right? And then we also, you know, design, produce, and promote our own branded golf shafts under the KBS name, which are played by, you know, many professional tour players around the world today, on many tours around the world. So I know, and I was talking earlier with somebody, I know that for people who are avid golf players, you've probably come across KBS sometime and probably have some familiarity with our brand. Today, we're headquartered in Jiayi, Taiwan. It's in the south. We also operate subsidiaries in the US and Japan. And we have approximately 350 employees. And this is just a brief on, you know, we make steel golf shafts, different types of, with different performance levels to match, you know, all types of players from beginners to experts and professionals. We also produce a line of graphite shafts, for those who, you know, prefer, especially for drivers, but for those who prefer, you know, a lighter feel to their play. Now, before I move forward, I also, you know, well, you know, it's interesting. I want to say, you know, we've been talking about standards and open platforms, which is good. I mean, those are things that need to happen for digitization and digitalization to happen. But I find it interesting because, like, different companies can't even come up with, different countries can't even come up with a standard definition on what a SME is, right? So, for example, I think Taiwan considers an SME to be a company with less than 200 employees. And if you look at the EU, I think they consider an SME to be a company with less than 250 employees. Now, and I think the US is a company that's less than 500 employees. So if you look at our company, you know, with 350 employees, you know, under the Taiwanese standard, we're not considered an SME. But under the US standard, we obviously are still an SME. But regardless, you know, when we started this journey about 15 years ago, way back, and we've been doing this for a while, we barely had 100 employees. So we definitely were an SME, and I still consider us as an SME. And I do want to go through how we went about and starting our journey into a digital transformation. I do, you know, I would say that our company started to be more proactive at digitization and digitalization, like I was saying, about 15 years ago. And I think this is an important thing we need to really differentiate and understand, right? So what do I mean by being proactive is that is when our companies start to be more proactive in directly transforming our data and our processes into digital formats, right? And to start thinking about embracing a digital transformation as part of our company culture, right? It is important to make this distinction, right? Because there is a lot of digitalization and digitalization. Oh man, those two words, it's a tongue twister, man. Because there is a lot of digitization and digitalization, right, that automatically and continuously happens around us without any effort, right? For example, our cell phones, right? And then like email, like even and productivity software like Microsoft Office, right? And they're always, et cetera, et cetera. And these things are just happening all the time without us doing anything, right? And we use it and have been using it, but we just never really gave it any thought, right? Especially as to what it means to our company and its future. We just automatically started consuming it. And I think many SMEs operate in this way. But for me, I call that passive digitization, right? Because you're not actively trying to make something happen. It just happens for you, right? So when our company started talking about digitization and digitalizing our data and processes, we found that we needed to be more specific as to what all that means. Otherwise, it was just either incomprehensible as to what we were trying to achieve, or it would become too overwhelming as to what we were trying to achieve. So, for example, sometimes, you know, if we have a conversation of just about trying to convert some data set into a digitized format, you know, oftentimes, you know, the feedback would be, well, you know, why do we need to do that? We already do it in Excel, right? And then when it came to things that were more complex, like if we're trying to implement a system or trying to integrate, you know, machinery, it would be, the feedback oftentimes was, well, you know, we don't have the talent, we don't have the equipment, like it's gonna cost a fortune. And unfortunately, and I think this is true for many SMEs, unfortunately, that back and forth mentality, right, often results in inaction, right? And, you know, but the problem is we need to start focusing on, and for us, if you get stuck in this, because if you do not move forward in digitization, I believe in today's economy, inaction will be detrimental to a business, right? So how do we become more proactive? For us, it was about, again, about being more specific. So what are we talking about? And, you know, and I'm glad, you know, previously I think YCM, you know, Patrick was talking a little about it. But I think something like this sets the framework or the frame of mind for us to move forward in talking about, you know, making our company a digital company, right? Oh, well, let me just get all this out. So we need to, so for us, we started talking about digitization in 3 categories, right? So there's the digitization process, And then there's the digitalization process. And then there's digital transformation, right? And digitization is just the transformation of analog data into digital data, obviously. Digitalization was our ability to process that data. So for example, if we're able to scan some document into a computer file, right? But we don't use it. It's digitized, but it's kind of useless. So we need to go into digitalization, right? So for example, you know, we use a tool that is able to scan that document for certain words or misspellings, right? Then that's a form of digitalization. Now, when we talk about digital transformation, right, we're talking about really getting the whole company on board. When we start talking about digital transformation, it's about, right, getting our company as a whole into leveraging our digitalization into our corporate culture so that we're able to think, work, and innovate more efficiently and effectively. So, you know, once you get to when we're talking about digital transformation, it's more about getting the people in your company on board with what we're here doing at digitization and digitalization. Okay? And like I said, I think this is something like this. This is simple, right? I didn't come up with this. I think, and there's different versions of this. Like I was saying, YCM has their version. But I think this is something that is useful for an SME or any organization because it sets that frame of mind for us to get ready to do certain things. All right. So, for example, so I'll tell you how we use this in our company. As an example, we started with 15 years ago. I mean, we started with an ERP system that we've been using for a long time. And we were facing a situation where, you know, it was hosted in a data center on a mainframe that was probably on its last legs. So we had to decide whether or not we're gonna keep the same system. So we buy a new mainframe computer, we try to transfer the data over, and we continue to do the same, or we try to do something different. And we decided to do something different. The ERP system, and when I think back, right, our old ERP system wasn't really used as an ERP system. We were just using it to keep and track data, right? It was just a more efficient way for us to track large amounts of data, you know, when compared to manual collection of data. And we never really used it as what it was intended to do, which is enterprise resource planning, right? And the problem was, right, we were in a passive digitization state. So essentially, we were digitizing our data just because we needed to input it into our ERP system. So we were digitizing our data, but not digitalizing our processes. And what do I mean by that? Our ERP system is a digital technology, right? But we were essentially using it as a digitization tool, right? Most of the data was still being entered into our ERP system through non-digital means. So you can say that our ERP system was essentially a fancy and complicated accounting software package. Right? And I'm pretty sure that most SMEs have similar experiences and are still in this position and don't realize it. This is also why it is hard to convince many SMEs, right, and for them to rationalize the need to continue to invest in expensive software, technology, equipment, and the necessary talent for the purposes of digitization and digitalization, right? And we used a differentiation here, right, which is important. I think, like I was saying, this sets the framework so that you can communicate, so that we were able to communicate effectively with all of our stakeholders and more importantly, all of our employees on why we needed to do something. So the ERP system was not part, it's a tool for you to go from here to the top, right? And once we're able to put our ideas into a format like this, it became much easier for us to execute. It still takes a lot of work. It still takes a lot of time, especially down here, because this is just, and it's really boring. And that's one of the things we need to overcome, right? Somebody needs to do this. But if you don't have the data digitized, you can't get to the next stage where you're trying to use that digital data to do something, and without certain tools that allow you to do digitalization, you won't be able to have a company that embraces a digital transformation. Right? Now, today, I can say that our ERP software system is more, oh, sorry. Did I? That's my mistake. Yeah. Is more than just an ERP. It is more than just an accounting software, right? We use it for many things. It is an essential part of how we manage our business from top to bottom on a daily basis. Many of the inputs have come digitized, have become digitized through the use of barcodes and scanners and such, which also prevents a lot of mistakes that used to occur. And because of this, we are able to get reporting and estimations close to a real-time basis, which gives us more flexibility to adapt to change. And on top of that, we put everything in the cloud. All right, so we're able to access it 24/7 from anywhere in the world. And we don't have to worry about maintaining a data center or a mainframe that might explode or die on us. Right? Today, our customers are more demanding than ever. And with COVID, which brought so many supply chain disruptions to the world, has made it really hard for us to keep on top of everything. Our company manages over 3,000 SKUs across 10 million shafts, right? And if a customer wants to change their order, I can't even imagine how we'd be able to execute efficiently or effectively without having achieved some level of digital transformation, right? And of course, once you get this going, and like our predecessor, like a few of the speakers mentioned before me, you know, this becomes a never-ending process. All right. Now, I know that many SMEs face many of the challenges that I just mentioned. And the fact is that there are few, if any, resources regarding digitization and digitalization that many of these SMEs have knowledge of or have access to, right? Especially in the traditional manufacturing sectors. I know this because my company is a SME in a traditional manufacturing sector. I also know that most TAMI members are SMEs in a traditional manufacturing sector and are currently in a passive digitization state. I think that organizations like TAMI and other similar entities and government entities should bring more resources to focus on strategies as to how to get SMEs to become more proactive in this digitization and digitalization process, right? I will say a lot of times, and including in many of the forums such as this, which I think are important and we need to do. But I feel that oftentimes the topics that are discussed are done in very broad terms in relation to very broad topics such as Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, AI, right? Digital twins, etc. Right? And from a SME's point of view, we're not sure how to get from point A to point B, right? And we want to get there because we keep hearing about how important it is. But oftentimes what happens is, a company might feel this urgency to do something, and they don't know where to get the help or the necessary knowledge. And they go out and try to purchase, for example, and implement an ERP system with high expectations of increasing productivity and efficiency. But then 2 years later, basically are using it as an accounting software, just like what we used to do, right? So it may be helpful if forums like this and workshops that are done by organizations like TAMI were more focused on figuring out, and I don't have the answer to this, figuring out, right, how to get SMEs, like again, more proactive and not being passive about it, right, on the digitization train. I also think that organizations like TAMI can also, and similar organizations can also help by communicating with government entities to change certain regulations, right? That would make it more of an imperative for SMEs to embrace digitization and digitalization. And these are simple things. And I'm not talking about big programs, or I'll just give you an example. Our company, even in Taiwan, we're still for certain documentation, for audit compliance reasons, we still need to print things on a dot matrix printer. And we need to keep, so when YCM, Patrick was talking about a paperless economy, how can we be paperless if the regulation doesn't allow us to do so, right? And it's not just Taiwan, our company in Japan, right? I've had to deal with issues where certain forms and documents can only be executed if these things were transmitted through fax machines. I mean, I can't even, I had I think when we were doing this, my secretary was doing it. But I personally have not touched a fax machine in I can't remember how long, okay? And it's not because we want to do this, but it's because it's the law. So if we could help if we could figure out how to get government to also get on the digitization train and not just talking about it, right? It would also be very helpful for, I believe, for SMEs to start adopting these technologies. And lastly, I would just like to say, look, and we were talking a little bit about it. I think most SMEs, right, do make up the vast majority of all business entities within an economy, especially free market economies, right? And we talk about like biodiversity as being important to an ecosystem. I think having SMEs continue to be an important part of our economic ecosystem is similarly important in maintaining a sustainable growing economy, right? But I do think that if we do not be more proactive in getting SMEs to be more proactive in the digitization process, they will get left behind. Now, like I said, I don't have all the answers, but I think we should all put our heads together and see how we could, get everybody and all those SMEs on board and onto the digital transformation train. All right, thank you. Very simple.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Zhuang. Okay, let's all get on board the digital transformation train. Ladies and gentlemen, and now to speak to us on the same topic of introducing digital platforms
high
to
performance,
SMEs,
high throughput production systems.
best practice examples. I have to be loud to cover that voice. Okay. Let's welcome Mr. Felix Ong, Managing Director from Beckhoff Automation, Taiwan.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I think we are a bit time overrun, so it seems that I'm the last speaker of today. I'll make it quick so that you don't late for your dinner. Very good afternoon to our distinguished guests, our friends from the industries, and also all of you who are watching this online from Taiwan, also from Europe. Sorry, can we go to the first page? No, the first page. Back. We have some issues here. Can you reopen the file? Okay, this is it. Okay, again, it's always been a pleasure to be invited by GTO to share with you about Beckhoff technology in industrial automation. Today, our topic is about the digital platforms for SMEs and some best practice examples. But before we go into the nitty-gritty, I would like to give you a quick introduction about our company for the benefit of those who are new to Beckhoff. Okay, our global HQ is in Val. We have around 4,500 employees, and around 40% of our colleagues are engineers. This shows that we are a technology-driven company. We are present in 75 countries, and in 2020, our turnover was around 923 million euro, which translates to a 20-year CAGR of 14%. Beckhoff is an expert in PC-based control technology. In contrast to the conventional PLC system, we can do a lot more within the same device that includes PLC operation, CNC, motion control, and Windows applications, everything in the same platform. And also with TwinCAD real-time operating system platform, we can do very high PLC cycle time that allows us to do more complex and more demanding applications. And coupled with our EtherCAT field bus, which is one of the fastest and most open in the market, we could do a lot more applications that requires high speed, high precision, and high complexity. Here I'd like to show you one success case we have with Husky Canada, which is one of the biggest plastic machine builder, how they make use of these benefits of back-off technology. Here you can see a pad blowing machine. Before using back-off, the pressure control was kind of nonlinear, which is shown as the green line. In that case, we need to have a thicker pad bottle wall so that it doesn't burst during the blowing process. After converting to back-off, the pressure control has become more linear as shown by the red line due to our extra high sampling rate. In this way, we could help the customer to save more pad material to make the bottle wall thinner. And over the year, we have helped the customers to achieve a savings of up to $180,000 per year. And with such a powerful and robust platform, we can also achieve a lot of very advanced motion control applications, which includes our XTS, which is based on magnetic levitation concept. Here I'd like to show you a short video about how it works. This is an airbag assembly line. Back-off XTS has been used to transport the sub-assembly from stations to stations. And this line, we have assembly, we have optical inspection, laser marking, sorting, and so on. Everything within the same platform. You can see that each mover is moving independently up to a speed of 4 meters per second with a precision of 0.01 millimeter. With back-off XTS, we have helped the customer to increase the productivity by more than 30% and to reduce the footprint by more than half. You can see back-off applications in all kinds of industries, including packaging, semicon, renewable energy, metalworking, and so on. Without further ado, I'd like to move on to back-off solutions in IoT, especially for the SMEs. First, I would like to give you a quick concept about cloud computing. In the slide, you can see a connectivity pyramid of most of the factory, where we can see the sensors and a few devices at the bottom of the pyramid moving up to MES and ERP system on the top of the pyramid. In Industry 3.0 era, all the production data and system data are stored in the controller of the individual machines. And in order to access this data, we will need to connect to the machines individually. And to make it more centralized, some customers would install a server and connect all these machines to this server to have an aggregated data logging. But however, there are some pitfalls with this architecture. Firstly, it costs some money to set up a server, and also you need professional IT personnel to maintain this server. And also, the scalability is not so great when it comes to future expansion. And also, if we want to access our central server via mobile devices, we need to establish a VPN gateway, which require more maintenance from the IT personnel. And what about data exchanges between different facilities? For example, if we want to have data exchange with our suppliers and our customers. In this way, we'll need to have a bigger VPN network and as well as our server. And apparently, this is not ideal for many SMEs. So do we have a better solution for our SMEs? By using public cloud services, we can solve all these issues. Firstly, we do not need to maintain a server in our facility, and because all these things are being maintained in the cloud. And also, it's highly scalable. Usually, most of the cloud services are pay per use. So you can pay what you use only, and if you need to have more expansion, you can just subscribe to more services. And finally, it has a very good data security because these clouds are being hosted by the big cloud service providers like Amazon or Microsoft. We can have more peace of mind when it comes to the data security. With public cloud services, it is based on publisher and subscriber mode. So in such an architecture, the devices don't need to know each other. This can save a lot of efforts when it comes to integration between our machines and the ERP or MES system. Also, all communication is outgoing. In this way, we'll have less headaches with the firewall or with cybersecurity issues. And last but not least, most of the cloud services today are running on MQTT with OPC UA specification. That makes it very easy for us if we have customers or suppliers in other countries, because all these are pretty widely used in the whole world. Beckhoff is a long-term partner of most of the cloud service providers. You can see Beckhoff products listed in Microsoft, AWS websites as the recommended IoT devices. With Beckhoff controller, we can connect to the cloud directly because we are PC-based without going through an SMB. And as for machines not installed with Beckhoff controller, we have also Beckhoff Edge device that can be used as the agent between the OT and IT. And last but not least, if we have additional sensors that we want to deploy on the field to collect more information, we have this Beckhoff IoT gateway that we can connect the sensors directly to the cloud without additional programming. Beckhoff advocates on open platform. We could connect with most of the communication field bus in the market. So if our customers are looking for a master device to connect different machines in the factory, Beckhoff is definitely a good choice. Preventive maintenance is also available in our TwinCAT. With this feature, our customer can maintain the machines when there's signs of deterioration instead of waiting for periodic maintenance. This way, we can also help save some of the maintenance costs, and also the machine downtime can also be reduced. With all these advantages, I would like to share with you two success cases from overseas. I'm sure they are good references for our SMEs in Taiwan. The first one is from Glidewell, who is one of the biggest denture manufacturer from USA. Here we can see how Glidewell Dental uses flexible automation, EtherCAT, and IoT solutions to modernize a prosthetic tooth factory. Glidewell employs more than 4,300 professionals around the globe, and they does business with 60,000 dentists each year. With this flexible automation, we help Glidewell to become a decisive advantage in an industry that still relies heavily on skilled artisans executing manual processes. With this platform, the dentists of Glidewell, they could upload the images of patients' oral anatomy to Glidewell's MRP platform built on AWS Cloud. The proprietary AI algorithm installed in the system generates a unique NC project, and the system automatically selects the right zirconia block for further milling and shaping. A robot transfers the block to the milling tower, and the barcode scanners and optical scanners are used to track the whole process. This factory is leveraging our Beckhoff Edge device after IoT gateway, delivering an NC projects from the cloud to the milling tower. From the other direction, the milling tower regularly sends the production data to the AWS cloud in every 2 seconds for analytics, troubleshooting, and preventive maintenance. AWS Greengrass Runtime also provides data insights to boost the machine performance. TwinCAT and EtherCAT provide a processing power and connectivity needed to automate 20 mills with 80 axes of motion in one system. And also, Beckhoff is able to provide data acquisition and cloud connectivity without a separate PC. This cannot be done with a lot of other controllers. Each mill completes a case in roughly 10 minutes, and today the company is running on 3 full lines, reaching a total of 60 mills with up to 240 of access. Another big advantage of using this platform is that it has the ability to install Windows-based cybersecurity software without affecting the performance With Beckhoff TwinCAD, Glidewell could integrate machine control logic, advanced CNC programs, and custom APIs that are window-based all in one platform. TwinSafe functional safety is also integrated in the same platform. For the full story, please refer to the link below. The next best practice is from Tetra Pak. Tetra Pak is one of the biggest F&B packaging company in the world. In this project, we collaborate with Microsoft Azure to change the whole production to IoT enable. Here I'd like to show you a quick video provided by Microsoft.
High-performance, high-throughput production systems in manufacturing involve expensive and critical systems and components. Predicting machine and component failure is critical in minimizing downtime and costly replacements. Beckhoff, an industrial automation and control systems leader, is a long-standing partner of Microsoft. Leveraging their unique TwinCAD solution for real-time workloads and Azure IoT Edge, Beckhoff and Microsoft collaborated on a hybrid solution for predictive maintenance, leveraging both the intelligent edge and the intelligent cloud.
For the edge part of the solution, Tetra Pak uses a Beckhoff industrial PC as well as the automation software TwinCAD. TwinCAD provides an easy-to-use development interface which is based on Microsoft Visual Studio. This allows to efficiently create and develop automation projects which can be based on open standards like domain-specific languages or standards like C++. Additional functionalities like storage and database services, real-time data processing or analytics services enable our customers to handle all the necessities of an automation project. In addition, TwinCAD includes software plugins which enable our customers to connect their machine application with the Microsoft Azure cloud in order to benefit from what the Azure ecosystem has to offer.
With Azure IoT Edge and TwinCAD running on the same gateway, Beckhoff was able to create a hybrid solution to manage and perform analytics on high-throughput data locally with minimal latency on their customer's premise, whilst taking summarized data back to Azure Cloud for further analysis. Such model-based analytics was perfect for Tetra Pak, a leading process and packaging solution provider that needed to perform quality and performance monitoring for benchmarking and failure prediction.
Filling machine behind me can produce close to 1 million of these packs per day. Hence, maximizing its uptime is one of our customers' main concerns. Our customer's dream is basically to be able to predict when the filling machine key components need to be replaced to avoid any unplanned outage.
Today, the Tetra Pak Beckhoff partnership provides benchmarking and failure prediction for their customers. Through real-time alarms and condition alerts, Tetra Pak's customers can order spare parts in a timely manner or schedule critical maintenance, predicting failures and boosting their customers' productivity.
Okay, thanks for your attention. I'll see you over there.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Falexon. So as we speak, Mr. Falexon, we'll move on to the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is time for panel discussion. We have two moderators, joint moderation by Mr. Axel Lindberg, Executive Director of German Trade Office Taipei, and Mr. Fred Huang, who is our TAMI Honorary Chairman. I'm turning over the microphone over to them. Please, take over. Our panelists include Dr. Hu Zhusheng, Sojang from ITRI, and Mr. Patrick Chen, General Manager of Yongqing Machinery, Mr. David Zhuang, Chairman of Femco Steel Technology, Mr. Tino Hildebrand, Managing Director of Digital Industries, Siemens Limited Taiwan, Vice President of Siemens Limited Taiwan, Mr. Jason Chen, Managing Director of Trumpf Taiwan Industries, and, of course, our last speaker on stage, and now moving on to the panel discussion, Mr. Falexon, Managing Director of Beckhoff Automation Taiwan. Please, now it's time for our wonderful panel discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. So dear Chairman Wang, dear company representatives, dear participants, following 7 great presentations on the highly relevant topics for the successful implementation of Industry 4.0 smart machinery solutions within our industries and the signing of an MOU between Siemens and Sunlung Gear Works, We have seen the complexity and of this journey for our industries. And of course, there's a wide range of opportunities, solutions on the table. And what is my takeaway from this session today? I have to say, only strong partnerships will be successful within this process of so-called fourth industrial revolution. And I think for us as a trade office, we are very happy to open the discussion for the German and Taiwanese companies. We have implemented the German-Taiwanese machinery group following the Joint Business Council, also together with TAMI. So I think it's an ongoing process. We are happy to work with you, to have you on board. I think the panelists are well known. Andy has introduced yourself, so I will skip this part. And we'll directly move forward. I'm looking really forward to our today's discussion and the exchange of ideas, infos, and opportunities to create really the basis of further project and ideas. So many thanks for being with us, for sharing your ideas, your approach. So great to have you here. Mr. Wang.
Yeah, thank you. Guten Tag and good afternoon. Mein Name ist Fred Huang, the Honorary Chairman of TAMI. I'm so pleased to co-host this panel discussion together with Herr Dimberg. Well, since time is limited, I would like to shorten my remarks and questions. Today's theme of panel discussion is creating an open platform development ecosystem by open platform. In my opinion, means data interoperability, which allows data to be exchanged to have a commonly understood meaning of the data themselves. And this requires the construction of information models. There's also another important issue, the carbon neutrality. I would like to bring this into discussions today. According to the European climate law, we concern about the goal very much. And the goal, carbon neutrality, needs to be achieved by 2050. We concern about this question. Is the goal feasible? What can our Industry 4.0 and smart machinery play a role in this target? We have 6 experts here join with us, and later we can have some more in-depth discussions. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Following the opening, I will directly jump into the discussion with the first topic. Considering the complexity of the industrial production, the volume of generated data, the enormous number of technologies, technology providers, the common basis for the collaboration between all involved assets is fundamental for the success of this project to implement Industry 4.0 smart machinery technologies. It is my understanding that, among others, one of the most important features of the implementation of Industry 4.0 or smart machinery manufacturing is the connection between the operation technology systems and the IT systems within a company, within, let's say, the groups. And this means we need open structures in respect of the architecture of the machine-to-machine communication as one of the most important topics. OPC UA is a solution for this and a highly flexible and scalable platform which makes it possible. And we learned also from VDMA today that from their perspective, this is the most advanced and preferred option and solution. So my question is, in your perspective, is OPC UA the future of Industry 4.0 a pillar, one option of between or among others, or is there no way around OPC UA, and what are the chances for Taiwanese and German companies to cooperate projects based on OPC UA? What are the detailed ideas, and of course, what is, let's say, your view on potential alternatives, or is it the only way? I'm fully aware we cannot solve this topic, but it would be great if you could throw in your idea and the big bullet points for further discussions to keep it in mind. Maybe Tino, may I start with you? You have been the Vice President of OPC UA in Europe, so you know this issue from both sides.
Thank you, Axel, for this question. And indeed, I was part of the OPC team a couple of years back when we started to launch and promote OPC UA. And in regard to your question, whether it is the future of Industry 4.0, I have to say it is not the future. It is already today the de facto the quasi-standard for Industry 4.0 related communication. It is one element, not the only one. I mean, there's far more when it comes to digital world, etc. But in terms of the real world and in the connectivity, interoperability between the machines, machine-to-machine communication, as well as OT-IT integration, it plays a major role. And presentation from VDMA has nicely confirmed, seeing the sheer amount of working groups defining the standards for different branches and technologies is confirming that this is something what is well in progress. And my advice, as you ask what are the chances or opportunities for the Taiwanese companies, is participating in these standards, because they are made for connecting machines from around the globe and interacting in one production line. And if Taiwanese machines are incorporating those standards, they will be successfully sold in those branches and technologies. And this would be my advice: be part of these working groups and be part of then also embracing the standard.
Thank you very much, Tino. Moving forward, Dr. Wu, from Taiwanese side, you're representing ITRI, the most famous and well-known research institution here in Taiwan. I understand that the Taiwanese companies clearly respect your position. What is your view on OPC UA? Is that the chance for, let's say, getting Taiwanese companies closer to the business, to to stay as part of the international community, or what is the Taiwanese idea on it?
Okay, my viewpoint about the OPC UA is that it is a very important, I would say, technology for the IT-OT convergence. Okay, on the shop floor, I think currently most of the network are heterogeneous. It is not easy in the short term to unify the shop floor communication using the OPC UA. However, because in the future, lots of the manufacturing will be connected to cloud. So I think OPC UA in the beginning will play a very important role to do the interconnection among our machines and factories to the cloud business. Okay. Now, what we can do? What can we do? I'm sorry. In the past, I think very similar to VDMA effort, we already have an alliance we call Smart Manufacturing Value Added Alliance. And within that alliance, we have several special interest groups. For example, we have an interest group that we put together machine tool companies. And what they try to do is to discuss and study the information model in the OPC UA layer, the top layer. I think today's speaker from the VDMA already talked about that. It's also related to UMATI, also related to cyber physical system. And we already have the effort, and I think we have already 7 interest groups from different machine makers, including injection molding machine, machine tool, robotics, etc. And I think from today's forum, I would like to see in the future, maybe our alliance can collaborate with VDMA. I can see a lot of the subgroups in VDMA already kick off. And I think the participating the effort for both sides will be beneficial for our future smart manufacturing and the industry 4.0. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wu. I think it's good to hear that, let's say, the Taiwanese research environment follows the structure of OPC UA to implement this internationally recognized and established model. Moving forward, David, to the customer side. I understand you operate factories here, you are using this technology. Does this system of OPC UA influence your business and your decisions?
Well, in regards to OPC UA, I would say that it's kind of like, you know, when I buy a computer, right? What's interesting about a computer is all the interfaces are kind of already standardized. So as a user of machinery or consumption of these technologies, I hope that, you know, the suppliers that bring this technology to the floor will already have that in mind when they produce that, so that I don't really have to think about it, right? So I think that's how a user, at least for me, from my perspective, how I would be thinking about it. And if it is OPC UA, then yeah, I do think there needs to be a standardized format in terms that will allow communication between the OT and the IT part of any business. So that's my 2 cents there.
Yeah. Thank you very much, David. The message is clear. Make it happen. Moving forward, Philex, Beckhoff is making it happen, or how are you involved as producer?
Yeah, I think based on the current situation, it seems that OPC UA is getting real popular. And I think like all this data, what do you call that, like domain-specific specification, like UMATI and Euromap, all these are based on OPC UA. So as a PC-based control solution provider, it's pretty easy for us to integrate OPC UA into our system because we don't have to go through SMB. We just connect our controller directly to the cloud, and it's OPC UA ready. So we are definitely a fan of OPC UA. I think just a side note, the current president of OPC Foundation, Stefan Hopper, is our colleague in back of Germany. So we are very close partner with OPC UA, and we fully support its development. And it seems that it is really growing in application and popularity. And yeah, that's kind of our stand here for Beckhoff.
Okay, thank you very much, Philex. Moving forward to Patrick Chen from Taiwanese side and manufacturer side. What is your position on the OPC UA and this international recognized and standardized product?
Thank you, Axel. Idea. And I think, as everybody alluded to, I think to have a common standard is very, very important as we move forward in terms of user interface. So I think any sort of collaboration, especially as Vice President Mr. Hu mentioned in the sense that if we could have some stronger collaboration with VWMA, I think it's definitely welcome. The sooner we start having collaboration and understanding what are the requirements to make the standardization happen, I think it will be beneficial to all the parties involved, let it be the manufacturers, the SIs, and ultimately the users. So I think the collaboration is a must, and I think we must take actions to make it happen, as David alluded to. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Patrick. Moving forward to Jason.
The same as machine builders, always that we share the same view with Patrick. As we just update in the presentations that the OPC UA definitely is something we support. So again, we are here definitely to follow the TIMO and also Beckhoff these directions. So this is the same point of view. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. It seems everybody is on the same page, and the understanding is, of course, for the successful implementation, we need a common and accepted language for the communication from machine to machine. OPC UA seems to be the product and the standard of choice. So I think if all of us are working in the same direction, this might be a good chance and basis to implement and realize further projects. So thank you very much for your inputs and your thoughts. I think it's sufficient food for thoughts, and we should continue on this. So I hand over to my colleague, Mr. Wang.
Thank you. Well, as we all know that in 2015, the Paris Agreement has set out the target to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees centigrade and pursue efforts to further limit it to 1.5 by the end of this century. And to reach this goal, it is essential to first accomplish carbon neutrality by mid-21st century, that is 2050. We all know that next month, COP26 will be held in Glasgow, Scotland, UK. Not only European Union, but also Taiwanese government has shown their determination to put this into regulations. So I would like to ask for your opinions about how Industry 4.0 can help to reduce the environmental impact of manufacturing, and as well as what you have done or what you are going to do in your company or organization upon this issue. Maybe start from Mr. Siemens and Mr. Aichui, and then others, please. Yeah.
Thank you for this question. I could surely spend an hour to talk on that, what we're all doing in Siemens in supporting carbon neutral environment. Let me focus a little bit on how we're supporting the industry with the technology we have. Just starting from the point that we are saying with the idea of combining the virtual and the real world and reaching highest optimized machines or manufacturing line, you can already assume that by this we can produce more with less. So we can produce more with less consumption of material, with less consumption of energy. Just imagine that a machine is today tested, engineered, and even commissioned in the real world, what is not consuming the material and the energy as it would be if you do it in the physical world. Or seeing that the tools we are using for simulation are today so far that we can even simulate energy consumption, and we can optimize and help our customers to optimize machines, entire production line or buildings for energy reduction or energy optimization. So this is all part of the digital world. When it then comes into the real world, we are having, for instance, energy data monitoring and management integrated as a core part of the controllers. We know exactly where what energy is consumed and can help by this in real time optimizing machines. These are just a few examples on how we are contributing, helping the industry optimizing their energy footprint as one example of many.
Thank you. Mr. Hu, please.
Thank you. I think Industry 4.0 is already moving in the direction of improving the efficiency, which in terms that will translate into less carbon emission. Okay. However, I think currently most people will focus on the manufacturing floor, but instead I think to look at the issue of carbon emission, we should also look at the environmental control. In other words, in all the manufacturing floor, you need to spend energy in either heating or cooling, okay? But how can we, from that perspective, to save energy, I think this is a very important topic, and that requires a lot of sensors and analytics. For example, if a company always maintain their floor at 25 degrees C, for example, but how about 26? Can they do the same at 26? That 1 degree difference will save a lot of energy. Okay, but how can we do that? How can we analyze our behavior to do that? That's one thing. The second thing I think we can do in the future is that to invent new manufacturing methods. That method will save our material. For example, in E3, we already engage in a new carbon fiber structure manufacturing method that will cut the material use by 30% or more. And that will contribute to less carbon footprint. I think both directions are very important, and I think it's all within the Industry 4.0 area. I think we should work very hard for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, would you? Please, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think this topic just echo what Timo and Mr. Hu mentioned, that definitely the energy efficiency is something that we're working on for the smart manufacturing. I may take a different views, which is, or different angles to be more accurate. Taiwan, which right now we want to be the nuclear-free countries or islands, the energy is really the essential things, which including that the semiconductor, they really need a lot of powers or energies. What I saw from this angle is that, of course, through the smart manufacturing, definitely we can have like 30%, as Mr. Hu, Dr. Hu's point. But consider that really the age today's, the machine consumptions is really still the major portions. And by doing that, I see this the angle that if also this age machineries today in Taiwan is also sort of, I would say, the roadblock of move to the smart manufacturing as well as the digital transformations. This could be considered both for SME as well as us, as what the popular word today is CSR or ESG. This is something that we should move on, because I think that will be one shot and reach for two goals. Not only that we are working very hard, Timo, Dr. Hu, we are working so hard, improve 30%, but compared to the overall power consumption, the age solution today is really the major one to consume things. So I think that I'm really hoping that the government as well as all of us, we think about how to drive in this from both our CSR, which I think in the near future will become one of the essential points for all global competitions. We have to do that. And the point is that how to make two things in a really parallelly achieve the goals. This is my 2 cents.
Thank you. Is there anyone who answer this, respond to this question, please?
I'll take a slightly different view as well. I think this is a really tough subject and going carbon neutral, is really hard to do, because if you look at, even if we become more efficient, it seems like we will actually make more of it. Okay. And because we could make more with less, for some reason we just make more of it, and more people have access to it. So I think we need to get governments around the world to figure out how to change, like what Jason was saying. I think there's a consumption issue that we need to address in society, on top of, making our manufacturing efficient, right? Otherwise, my take is we're just going to make more. Okay, that's my take.
Thank you.
A little. Yeah, takes a while. Okay. I think it probably takes the government to incentivize this area, because by making our machines more energy saving and less energy consumption, there is no direct incentives for doing that. So I think probably the government can do something to incentivize. If this machine is more energy efficient, if it uses less energy, or maybe in a factory, if they could save a certain amount of energy every year, then they get extra incentives by the government to really help motivate these manufacturers to really help save energy, and that will definitely lead to less CO2 emission. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think from the pictures that Erdal from Siemens shared, I think climate change is real. Of course, there's always challenges to change, but we must find a way. And I think it must be done in a way that we must change the way we manufacture, the way we consume. Incentivize is always great, but I think as part of planet Earth, we must find a way. I think my last remark. Thanks.
Thank you. European countries, including, of course, Germany, is really leading in this field. We have a lot to learn from them. So I think this is a very big problem, important issue for us to do more endeavors. Yeah, thank you. For you?
So thank you very much. Very impressive to see how, let's say, large smart machinery is, how easy and quickly you can build a bridge from smart manufacturing industry 4.0 to carbon neutral production and industry. Dr. Wu, may I ask you, you present ITRI, the research institution here in Taiwan. You act as a think tank. You have implemented a lot of products, ideas, which found its way to the industry, just mentioning smart machine box or machinery cloud. A lot of SMEs here in Taiwan are looking to ITRI. What are your recommendations? What is your way, and what are your proposals? And of course, if we want to implement new ideas, there's always a question, who will pay for it? We heard it, we need governmental programs. From that position, may I ask you what resources are available, or what are the chances for future activities in smart machinery promotion programs between German and Taiwanese companies to participate in the ecosystem and in the platform here in Taiwan? So what are the, let's say, options ITRI can offer? What are the funds? What are the ideas from your side?
Thank you. But first of all, ITRI is not a funding agency. We take the project from the government. I think lots of IDB officers are here. So your question may be direct to them, that they will plan some future projects that will sponsor the collaboration between Germany and Taiwan. But I think look forward, other than manufacturing technology, we should look at opportunities. Opportunities means, for example, electric vehicle. Electric vehicle is, I think, is a very big exit of mechanical and the manufacturing industry. And right now, they are undergoing very major changes. And I think Taiwan has a very good manufacturing basis, especially in ICT and the precision machinery, to support. As you can, you know that the Hong Hai already have the MIH Alliance, etc. And lots of companies are putting together their efforts to attack this, to enter this market. However, on the German side, we have a very famous vehicle brands like Volkswagen and BMW, but traditionally they are conducting IC engine manufacturing. But for EV is a different ball game. So in other words, how can Germany and Taiwan collaborate in this aspect? The second one is semiconductor. Taiwan is already a very leading semiconductor manufacturing country. So we have a lot of capacities, but in the meantime, we need a lot of support from especially in mechanical and the precision companies like Trump, okay? However, there are also our local industries, like a lot of machine makers, they also try to enter the service business for the semiconductor. So in other words, I think in this area, Germany and Taiwan can collaborate together. In other words, for example, some German company very good at precision machinery, they can set up an R&D center here. And our local talents can join German companies and to serve our customer, for example, TSMC in Taiwan. Okay, I think that's the second area I think I see the big opportunities. The third one, which is did not talk about that in this forum, is the space industry. I think currently Taiwan invests a lot of money on the space industry, because the space industry, as you know, that will also have another revolution leading by a company like SpaceX or Tesla. Okay, so space industry, as I see, there are a lot of mechanical parts. Okay, and the precision machinery, etc., and the material technologies. I think also Germany and Taiwan already have some companies entering this area. So that's the third area that we can talk about collaboration and apply the Industry 4.0 technology to this product area. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of new ideas, a lot of potential, and now it's up to the companies, to all involved stakeholders to get access and to make it happen.
Okay. Well, we know that Siemens has deeply rooted in Taiwan for many, many years and has very close partnership with all kinds of industries and companies in Taiwan. And I myself has had several good chances to visit Erlangen near Nuremberg several times. So, so I would like to ask Mr. Hildebrand. Today, we are glad to see Siemens signs an MOU with Sunlun Company. I would like to express my congratulations to you. Sunlun is specialized in designing and manufacturing precision gears and gearboxes for plastic machines. Sunlun has more than 70% of the gearbox market share in Taiwan. Moreover, Sunlun product sales area covers more than 30 countries in the world, including Germany. And we learned that this MOU is a smart manufacturing development plan, which Siemens will plan intelligent mechanical elements in order to strengthen the industry's smart manufacturing ability. So would you please tell us, with this MOU, what can we expect to see the evolution of Sunlun in the future with the help of Siemens?
First of all, thank you for the congratulations and appreciation of this efforts around the MOU, and we are happy as well assisting another Taiwanese company in undergoing successfully the digital transformation journey. And that's basically all we are doing. We enabling Sunlun Gear in being successful as well as accelerated in their digital transformation. And David has so nicely explained this from digitizing to digitalization into the digital transformation. And that's exactly what we are doing. We first helped and will continue help to connect all the machines, collecting the data, transferring them into an IoT system, in this case into MindSphere, and then utilizing this data by means of analyzing, for instance, with systems like analyze my machine performance or analyze my line performance, and then out of this giving decisions, giving recommendations to Sunlun how they can optimize machine settings, line settings, and can at the end produce more with less, can produce in better quality, in higher efficiency, and can, and this is the most important for each company, stay and continue their competitiveness in such a relevant market. And you mentioned it, they have today a very good competitiveness, and our aim is to help this company to secure and further develop this. And that's all behind this MOU, and I believe it will also serve as an example that for companies other than the large enterprises, the integration of digital technologies is not just possible, it's also helpful, it's manageable, and will bring benefits also to SMEs. And this is also one thing we would like to prove again with this example. Thank you.
We expect more companies sign MOUs with you. Okay, your turn.
Yeah, Patrick, may I ask you, I'm moving forward to a specific topic I learned about. YCM has jointly built with Advantech the .0 system as a system integrating company. That's a link between the operational system and the IT guys. Sounds very interesting. So my question is, could you be so kind and tell us a little bit more about the roadmap of .0? What is, let's say, the way to the open platform which should be created? What is the ecosystem behind? And of course, what are the chances for German companies to become part? Where is the cooperation potential in this .0 case?
Thank you, Axel. I think in terms of .0, the creation of it, already it's utilizing collaboration as a way to help the SMEs of companies here in Taiwan. And I think as David alluded to in his presentation, and even as well as my presentation, is that a lot of companies here is looking to invest in digitalization, and ultimately digital transformation. Because of the fact that there's so many SMEs here in Taiwan, they do not have the luxury to invest and not be successful, because the company size are so small. And I think, as David alluded to, less than 200 employees, but a lot of the SMEs in Taiwan are less than 50 people. They make up 97% of companies of our TAMI organization. 97%, that's less than 50 people. So how do we help these sort of companies start implementing digital tools to help their business efficiency as well as their operational excellence? And for us, for YCM, we've been doing a lot of lean manufacturing practices within the company ever since 2006. And because of the fact that we've been preaching these lean manufacturing solutions, not only internally with the employees, but also helping our supply chains. After years of practice, after years of implementation with our supply chain, we feel that we really should share this knowledge to the enterprises in our industry. So that's why this co-creation started. We provided domain know-how in the OT and the Advantech, because being one of the largest IPC manufacturers, almost 30% dominant market share around the world, creating this company, providing these solutions, and hopefully, in the sense that with the adoption of the .0 solution, it's a really easy plug and produce tool. As mentioned with our success story, it takes 3 months of implementation without any customization. And that's one of the attractions of companies in Taiwan utilizing or implementing .0 solution, is it does not require much customization. They could utilize the best practice that we've been doing in our shop floor and assembly, and they can see results right away. And this is something that's critically important, similar to, let's say, OPCUA. In the manufacturing process, if we could speak the same common language, and then it's going to be a lot easier if we can, if we want to create the value chain management for the future. And one of the questions mentioned is in terms of collaboration with German companies. I think it's a must, and our product is built around the concept of software as a service. So it's going to be utilizing microservice mentality, where we can integrate with any other sort of software very easily through API technology, and it does not require lots of work to integrate. We can integrate with any ERP. For example, SAP, that's is a German ERP system, and it's a very quick integration. It does not it takes no more than an hour to do this sort of integration. Once you implement our solution, you could access data from a common ERP such as SAP. So we look for these type of collaboration, and I think for the future, software's usage in the manufacturing will become very, very popular. And the most important thing is how to have quick access to interfaces and create these sort of plug and produce sort of solutions. So my answer there. Thank you, Axel.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting ideas to say. I keep in mind integration instead of separation, and we need also quick wins for small and mid-sized companies to accept these solutions and the implementation process.
Well, next I would like to ask Mr. Chen from Trumpf. Well, I call it Trumpf in German. I won't read it as Trump. You know the reason why. Well, Trump is a family business and is almost 1 century years old. And it was my impression that Trump is renowned by the manufacturing of laser source and the application of laser technology. And just last year, Trump signed an MOU with I3 and TAMI to collaboratively establish a service center of laser technology applications for Taiwan SMEs. And we also realize that there's an ongoing plan called Your Smart Factory. So, Mr. Chang, could you please share with us more about Trump Smart Manufacturing Solutions? And can Trump do for SMEs and their supply chains to create an open platform ecosystem, in particular those in Taiwan?
Thanks for the questions. Honestly speaking, I do want to, really answer the questions within less than 10 minutes. But again, as I promised to Mr. Lindberg, I will make it compact and quick. Basically, that Trump is preparing for custom demand, and we all know that today, every of us are facing that the decreasing the start size and shorten the lead times, pricing decreasing, whatever the global competition is. So we also invest the Chicago Smart Factory showrooms, which, if I remember is correct, costs around 25 million euro to doing that, because at the moment, people not really believe that such connections or Industry 4.0 can be done like this. And we believe that the investment is worth. And now we are doing more and more. As you mentioned in my presentation there, I also mentioned about that we are working with E3, TAMI for these Taiwan laser application centers, which is exactly, as the doctor who just mentioned, to supporting the Taiwan local SMEs to engage with more semiconductor industries. We, Trump in Germany, we know how to build a machine. We know how to build a laser, but we don't have such a booming semiconductor industry here. So it is really a good German-Taiwan collaborations. So within all of that, I believe that our Trump solutions, True Connect, this is our word, is connecting to all the things. And as I promised to Mr. Lindberg, that we'll continue to think about what is the next the topic that we can invest more to helping the local SME here, especially according to what I just shared a few minutes ago. Digital transformation is not a mission impossible. We keeping saying that, just doing it, and we will help you and supporting you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, David, I learned a lot. Your company is producing iron shafts for golf clubs, a product which sounds very easy to say, where is the problem? I learned in our discussion, it's a big issue. It's very complex. The production is not easy. You have started to implement Industry 4.0, smart machinery technologies, ideas, solutions. From your perspective as a small and mid-sized company, what are the challenges when you have started with this process to use Industry 4.0 logics and solutions? I know you're cooperating also with some German companies. So what is your view back? What are the problems you are facing as SME? And what is your recommendation to other SMEs how to start and initiate this process?
I think, like as a company, we've been going through this process for many years. We started doing this 15 years ago, and we could talk about at the shop floor, which was, there's challenges at the shop floor, very specifics, and there I could say that in our factory, one of the biggest challenges was basically trying to figure out how to get an old machine to communicate with our IT systems. Okay, that's a challenge because, you know, when we talk about, you know, and like YCM, machine tool builder, maybe you're switching it out every once in, but, you know, when we have a giant furnace, right, that's responsible for annealing our steel, that's something we don't change for 30, 40 years. Okay, we might change components in there, but then 30, 40 years ago, the computer systems were completely different. And in fact, a lot of it was based on not even PC systems. They were completely just independent PLCs, right? But so we had those challenges. And I'm sure, you know, some of those challenges still persist at many SMEs today. Okay, how do we get the old equipment to start communicating with new systems, right? Yeah, that is a way. Or, yeah, you could simply change it if the economics make sense. But like I was talking about, there are certain equipment where the economics of changing them out is not economical for the SME, right? And then, obviously, you know, I think when we talk about at the IT end, you know, not at the shop floor, you know, how we're managing, it was also, and I mentioned this, it was also about how we, okay, now we have the digital data, but then, you know, let's try to use it. How do we get people to start utilizing, you know, especially when we're already implemented, for example, an ERP system, right? Instead of, like I was talking about, we're just passive. We're doing it because we have to do it. Okay, and if we're doing it because, then you have people just entering data, right? It's not making it more efficient. So that was the other challenge, was getting, even if I was into it, but getting our employees and the management to buy into it, to show them that, hey, you know, yeah, you know, it takes a lot of work to do this right now because, you know, to be honest, entering data all day, it's really boring. Okay. But if you don't do it, you can't get to the next step. And then if we could show them and convince them that once we get to the next step, your life is going to be easier, then it starts working. But in the beginning, that process was the biggest challenge. And then I would say overall, though, maintaining that in a company culture is probably the biggest challenge, right? Having your management and your employees continue to perpetuate that digital transformation, the digitalization processes is a continual challenge for us. And I'm always thinking about, oh, how do I get my team to not get lazy and just stop doing it? So I would say those are the biggest challenges.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Well, next question, I would like to ask my neighbor, Mr. Wong. As we know that recently, Beckhoff has established several cooperation cases, including Taiwanese companies like Chun Power, Xie, and German enterprises such as Manz and Trump. We have recognized that OPC-UA is a platform-independent, service-oriented communication architecture for data transport from factory floor system, the high-level enterprise system. Does Beckhoff incorporate OPC-UA mechanism into your PC-based control technology? And what are similarities and differences of solutions that Backup provides to your recent cooperation cases? Would you tell us?
Thanks for the question, my friendly neighbor. Yeah, like I mentioned just now, we are providing an open PC-based platform. So we basically could work with any people, any protocols, or any specification, any encryption, and so on. But in my presentation, I always mention about EtherCAT because that's what we invented. But there's some similarities between EtherCAT and OPC-UA. The first similarity, I mean, the biggest similarity is that both of them are open and they are platform independent. So, and I think that the biggest difference is that we are totally covering different areas. First, when we talk about EtherCAT, we are talking more about the field bus, which we use to communicate with field devices and machine to machine. So in short, we are more on the OT to OT. Whereas for OPC-UA, it's about machine with the cloud or with ERP or MES system, and we call that an OT to IT. So in most of our success cases, we basically use EtherCAT for the field level, and we use OPC-UA for the cloud level. Yep, I think that covers most of the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, time is coming up. Before Mr. Lindberg giving us closing remarks, I would like to say I couldn't address more on the importance of this forum, and I am very pleased that we have reached fruitful results for today. We have 7 speeches, especially one from Faude MR at VDMA. We also have wonderful in-depth discussions with speakers that make us have more understandings of their perspectives of Industry 4.0. And today, here I would like to thank you for your joining us today. And next year, let's meet again. Danke schön. And next one, Mr. Lindberg, give us a closing remarks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I have to say thank you very much to all participants, to panelists, and I would say what I have learned today, Industry 4.0, it's really a journey, and a journey means you should never travel alone. You need always a companion, a partner traveling with you. What is our role here from us as trade office, from TAMI? I would say if you're doing a journey, you need a service station. We are your service station to interconnect you with your partners, with other guys, to discuss with the institution, to create a framework which creates benefits and positive environment for your journey to Industry 4.0, because at the end of the day, we have to accept we have a lot of travelers. They are traveling in different speeds. They started at different times. They will never arrive. It's an ongoing journey, but we are using different cars, different vehicles. So we have to accept the different speed, the different approach. So it's an ongoing process to implement smart machinery. From that perspective, a very good starting point for further discussions. I'm looking forward to continuing with the Taiwanese-German Industry Smart Machinery Working Group to create new ideas for cooperation. And last but not least, I have to thank our teams from Smart Machinery Promotion Office, from TAMI, from our office for organizing this event to make it happen. I'm fully aware it's a very, very challenging issue to organize a hybrid event, to take care on the online part and the part here. I think you did a great job. Thank you very much for your great effort, your great engagement, and I'm really looking forward for our next events. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much to all of our participants, and thank you very much for Andy for guiding us through the evening and the afternoon. Thank you very much to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you very much to our 2 moderators and our wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause. And thank you for joining us online and on-site for the 6th Taiwan-Germany Smart Machinery Forum. Taiwan and Germany, strong together. Taiwan and Germany, it's a win-win situation. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you next year. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 is still ongoing. Please take care of yourself and the people around you. Thank you so much. We'll see you next year.